Chapter 58. Tang Jing stayed with the Ye family. At the dining table, Yi Dingdang deliberately sat next to him and filled his bowl with rice and dishes. She looked like an inseparable little girl. Song Yu talked and laughed freely, as if she didn't see it, or as if he wasn't there to propose at all. Qin Lao, on the other hand, had a gloomy face as usual. He glanced at Tang Jing from time to time, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Tang Jing looked down and ate quietly. However, he was a little overwhelmed by Yi Dingdang's enthusiasm. There was a saying that it was difficult to erase a beauty's favor. It was indeed not a good thing to have such a grand favor from a beauty. Tang Jing had to admit that this was the most boring meal he had ever eaten. Although there were all kinds of delicacies, the atmosphere at the dining table was too strange. It was tasteless. "We're done eating. Let's go back to our room." Yi Dingdang pulled Tang Jing's hand again and ran to their room. Before entering the door, she said, "We're going to rest first." Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang already knew that Tang Jing was going to stay over tonight, so they even prepared a room for him. When he suddenly heard Yi Dingdang's last sentence, Yi Tianlei was so shocked that he almost spat out the food in his mouth. Could it be that they were really going to make the act real and let Tang Jing take advantage of it? Feng Xinyang's eyes lit up. She smiled and secretly praised. "This wretched girl is finally enlightened. She has to make the first move on such a good resource like the little handsome guy. This is really thanks to my good genes. Tonight, what's done can't be undone. I have to remind them to take safety precautions later." The other two's expressions were also particularly interesting. The veins on Qin Lao's forehead were throbbing. His face was as gloomy as the night outside, as if he could explode at any time. However, Song Yu only twitched the corner of her mouth and didn't have any other reaction. Qin Lao could only restrain himself and take a big gulp of tea to suppress the anger in his heart. In the bedroom, Tang Jing stared straight at Yi Dingdang and asked, "Are we sleeping in the same room tonight?" "Of course. That's the only way to convince them and make them give up." Yi Dingdang clenched her snow-white teeth, seemingly ready to throw caution to the wind. "But we're a man and a woman alone in a room, don't think too much. Let me tell you, you'll sleep on the floor and I'll sleep on the bed. If you dare to mess around, humph, be careful that I'll castrate you." Yi Dingdang waved her fist and threatened. "You're no match for me. Your threats are useless." Tang Jing smirked. "This is my home. If you dare to do anything bad to me, my parents won't let you get away with it." Yi Dingdang bit her lip. She didn't know whether it was good or bad that she had invited a wolf into her house. You were the one who took the initiative to pull me in. I believe that they have also tacitly agreed. You don't even think about it. You can't take advantage of others." "Okay, then I won't take advantage of others. But I have to sleep on the bed and you sleep on the floor. How can that be? Don't you have any gentlemanly spirit?" "I never said that I was a gentleman," Tang Jing roguishly said. "I didn't think that you were this kind of person. Okay, I promise you. You sleep on the bed and I sleep on the floor." Tang Jing was slightly startled as he didn't think that she would compromise so easily. He originally only wanted to tease her and didn't really want her to sleep on the floor. But now it was hard for him to say anything. It seems that I can only wrong her for one night." Yi Dingdang bitterly glared at him and muttered, "Stingy bastard. You're not a man at all." Tang Jing sat on the bed. A faint fragrance entered his nose and he couldn't help but feel restless. This was a girl's bed. This was his first time on a girl's bed. Moreover, this bed was very soft. It was much more comfortable than his wooden bed. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. I'm warning you. You're not allowed to think nonsense. I'm going to read for a while. Don't run around." She finished speaking and went to her desk to read. Tang Jing was bored to death. He simply closed his eyes. In a strange environment with outsiders around, he didn't dare to rashly cultivate. Otherwise, if he was disturbed, he might go crazy. He closed his eyes to rest. He began to recall the knowledge that he had learned in the past 10 years. He found that his thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, his logic was becoming stronger and stronger. A lot of knowledge that seemed difficult to understand in the past could now be understood through a comprehensive study. This is the benefit of cultivation. Not only is the body tempered stronger, but the brain is also deeply developed. The increase in intelligence is obvious. Little brat, a man and a woman alone in a room. This is a great opportunity. Don't waste it. Tian Chanzi was like a ghost, suddenly bursting out a sentence. Damn, if you don't speak, I won't treat you as a mute. You've always claimed to be a righteous person. Why do I feel that you're becoming more and more evil? Aren't I thinking for your sake? Well, I'm going to find a way to make you unable to speak. Otherwise, if you suddenly burst out a sentence, you'll scare me to death. Hey, when you're strong enough, you can naturally block me. But you're still too weak to do it. Oh, then what realm do I need to reach to be able to do it? Tang Zheng's heart moved. You heard wrong. I won't speak. Tian Chanzi suddenly realized that she had spilled the beans, and immediately became silent. Tang Jing was speechless, but this reminded him that although he was now used to the existence of Tian Chanzi, if there were some private moments in the future, he didn't want to share with others. Well, I must find a way. Little brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. That's not good enough, Tian Chanzi said. How is this burning the bridge after crossing the river? This is to protect my privacy, you know? It doesn't matter if you don't say it, I'll definitely know. Okay, I'll tell you. As long as you reach the 4th grade refining qi, you can learn sealing techniques. At that time, you can temporarily seal my thoughts, Tian Chanzi helplessly said. Why do I have to be at the 4th grade refining qi to learn sealing techniques? Why can't I learn it now? Tang Jing said in disbelief. I'm really not lying to you. Do you think sealing techniques are that simple? Sealing techniques can not only seal me, but can also seal a living person, making them unable to speak, or even seal a person's consciousness. Isn't that the same as turning people into wood? In any case, the sealed person is almost the same as a piece of wood. But this also has a time limit. If one's skills are strong enough, they can be sealed for hundreds of years. Dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Feng Xinyang, why are you here? Yi Dingding opened the door and asked sneakily. Of course I'm here to see you. Daughter, this time you've become smarter. But let me tell you, tonight you must pay attention to your safety. Young people should take it easy. These things are quite useful, Feng Xinyang said mysteriously as she handed over a box of Durex. Feng Xinyang, are you looking for death? Why are you giving me these things? Yi Dingdung's face immediately turned red like an apple, as if she was about to go berserk. Young people really don't understand. This is a safety measure, you know? Quickly take it. There's also Tang Deng's pajamas. I just had someone go by it. Just wear it, I won't disturb your good time. Hi, hey, daughter, good luck. Feng Xinyang winked meaningfully and then quickly walked away. Yi Dingding didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took Tang Zheng's pajamas and a box of Durex. She already didn't know what to say. What's your mom doing here? Suddenly, Tang Zheng asked from behind him. She's here to give you pajamas. Auntie is really thoughtful. Give it to me. Tang Zheng took the pajamas. Suddenly, a box of strange things fell to the ground, immediately attracting Tang Geng's attention. Durex. Tang Jing immediately recognized it. Yi Dingding also saw the Durex and immediately realized that it fell when she handed him the pajamas. At this time, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Feng Xinyang, I'm going to kill you! She hysterically roared in her heart. Then, with lightning speed, she stepped on the Durex and stammered. You go take a bath and rest. Tang Jing gave a meaningful smile and went to the bathroom with the pajamas. That smile made Yi Dingding feel ashamed. He wouldn't think that I have ulterior motives towards him, right? How could that be? In all honesty, all of this was done by Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, under the heavens, is there anyone who would cheat their own daughter like you? Am I still your biological daughter? She wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, Tang Jing went into the bathroom. He quickly picked up the flattened Durex and, like a dead mouse, impatiently threw it into the trash can. Tonight, I must not sleep too soundly. I must be on guard against him. If he really dares to have any bad intentions, I'll castrate him. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, she immediately realized that he was the first man to use her bathroom. She could not help but hatefully stomp her feet. He really got off easy. Forget it, this is just a temporary measure. First, I'll trick that surnamed Song into leaving and then I'll deal with him. The pajamas your mom sent over are quite fitting. Tang Jing finished washing up and walked out. Yi Dingdang glared at him and said, I'm going to take a bath. You're not allowed to peek. Please, who would peek at you? I was just afraid that you would peek at me. Only a ghost would peek at you. Since you're afraid of peeking, then you don't have to take a bath. After all, you're sleeping on the floor. Tang Jing shrugged and suggested, This is my home. If I want to take a bath, then I'll take a bath. It's none of your business. Yi Dingdang was raised to take a bath before going to bed. If she did not take a bath, she would not be able to sleep. She carefully entered the bathroom and hurriedly took off her clothes. Looking at her exquisite body in the mirror, she couldn't help but secretly exclaim, My body is so beautiful, I must protect it well. I absolutely can't let him take advantage of me. Her body was indeed beautiful. Moreover, it was a very healthy kind of beauty. She had been practicing martial arts since she was a child. Her body was well proportioned and tight. Moreover, there was a vest line. Her body was better than many girls who worked out in the gym. She did not dare to take a long bath like usual. She hurriedly took a bath and then put on her pajamas. Moreover, she specifically wore pajama pants. After making sure that she was not exposed, she walked out of the bathroom. She found that Tang Jing was already lying on the bed. That look of enjoyment made her want to drag him down and beat him up. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she took out another set of quilts and threw them on the ground. Then she wrapped herself up like a dumpling. She kept telling herself not to sleep too deeply. Sleepiness came, and in the end, she still fell asleep. Chapter 59. It was daybreak. Tang Jing woke up. Why was there something heavy on his body? He opened his eyes in a daze and saw the white ceiling. Only then did he remember that he was not in his own house, but Yi Dingdang's bedroom. No, Yi Dingdang. He stared at the heavy object on his body. It was a person, Yi Dingdang. Half of her body was on top of him, and her hands were hugging his waist as if she was hugging a stuffed animal. Her head was leaning on his shoulder. Tang Jing turned his head slightly and saw her beautiful face. There was a trace of laziness and a lock of hair covering her white face, making her look a little playful. Tang Jing could even feel her gentle breathing. It was warm and ticklish on his neck. She is so beautiful! Tang Jing let out a silent praise. She was a perfect sleeping beauty, causing others to want to commit a crime. Half of her body was on top of him, and her chest was in intimate contact with Tang Jing. His breathing quickened involuntarily, and his body felt like it was going to burn. Suddenly, she made a sound and smacked her cherry lips. She opened her sleepy eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she stared straight at Tang Jing. Ah! She screamed. Tang Jing reacted quickly and covered her mouth when she only shouted the first syllable. Don't scream! Woo-woo! Yi Dingdang kept struggling. Her eyes were about to spit fire. If you promise me you won't scream, I'll let go, Tang Jing said. Woo-woo! She was still glaring at him fiercely. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat him alive. I'll take that as a promise. If I let go, you'll shout and attract other people. You'll be the one to make a fool of yourself. This sentence was indeed effective. Tang Jing loosened his grip. Yi Dingdang took a deep breath and shouted angrily. You beast! He used grappling hand to restrain Tang Jing. Tang Jing had long anticipated that she would make a move, so he counterattacked at lightning speed. The two of them wrestled together and were tossed around by the waves. Sometimes they would be on top of each other, and sometimes they would be on top of each other. In the end, the two of them were twisted together like fried dough twists. Yi Dingdang was strangling Tang Zheng's neck, while Tang Zheng was grabbing Yi Dingdang's head. "Let go," Yi Dingdang said fiercely. "Put it down first," Tang Zheng replied. "You put it down first. If you release it, I'll release it. Beast, I'll kill you. What right do you have to scold me? You did that to me. If you're not a beast, then what are you? What did I do to you? Speak clearly. Moreover, look clearly. This is a bed. I was the one who slept in the bed last night. It was clearly you who climbed into my bed in the middle of the night and plotted against me," Tang Jing said. Yi Dingdang suddenly remembered that she had woken up on the bed. Moreover, she had done such intimate actions with him. Could it be that she really did climb into his bed in the middle of the night? No, even if I did it, I can't admit it. Otherwise, I would die of embarrassment. Does waking up on the bed prove that you didn't do anything bad? Maybe you took advantage of me being asleep and carried me to the bed, and then plotted against me," Yi Dingdang righteously said. Tang Jing was dumbstruck. There was actually such a twisted logic person in this world. "Hun, you have nothing to say." Yi Dingdang was very pleased with herself. Suddenly, her eyebrows knit together, and she suspiciously asked, "What are you pointing at me with? You even brought a weapon?" Tang Zheng was ashamed. It was early in the morning and he was already in high spirits. After wrestling, the two people's bodies inevitably came into contact with each other, so his body reacted. Yi Dingdang wasn't an idiot. After a while, she realized what it was. She was both ashamed and angry. "Tang Jing, you beast! I'm going to kill you! Hurry and let go of me!" Tang Jing knew that if this continued, it would only become more and more awkward. He quickly let go of his hand and slid off the bed like a loach, retreating 3 steps back. Yi Dingdang jumped up and like a white crane flapping its wings, she threw herself at him. Tang Zheng's feet slipped, avoiding direct contact with her. Suddenly, the room was filled with a dangerous aura. "Dong dong!" Feng Xinyang knocked on the door. "Wake up. Eat breakfast and go to school." The two people's movements suddenly stopped. "Hurry and open the door. Don't laze around in bed. Mom, stop knocking. We're already up. If you're up, then open the door for me," Feng Xinyang said without giving up. Yi Dingdang was helpless. She could only open the door a crack and said, "See, we're really up." Feng Xinyang peeked through the crack in the door and coincidentally saw the messy bed. She immediately understood and smiled. In a low voice, she said, "AI, you young people don't know how to control yourselves. The bed is so messy, it will take a long time to clean it up." Yi Dingdang's face was red to the neck. She angrily said, "Feng Xinyang, no one will think you're a mute if you don't talk." She slammed the door. "Tang Zheng, it's all your fault." "How is it my fault? It was clearly you who wanted me to act out this show. You even wanted me to stay in the same room as you. Now you're saying it's my fault. You're too unreasonable," Tang Jing said unhappily. "Tang Jing, you're not allowed to tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise I'll really kill you." "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that someone climbed into my bed last night. In the end, they even framed me." Yi Dingdang angrily stomped her feet. The two people finished washing up, changed their clothes, and walked out of the room. Breakfast was already prepared. It was still early and the others were not up yet. After eating breakfast, Feng Xinyang sent the two to school. Along the way, Feng Xinyang smiled very strangely. From time to time, she meaningfully looked at the two people. She thought that it was good to be young. After a night of torment, they were still energetic during the day. "Little handsome brother, come to our house for dinner tonight," Feng Xinyang invited when they got out of the car. "No, he can't come tonight," Yi Dingdang hurriedly said. "Why?" "He has something to do." Yi Dingdang did not want to face Tang Zheng again tonight. Who knows what will happen? That would be too easy for him. Tang Jing also did not want to continue. Acting was too tiring. Yes, Auntie. I have something to do tonight. I can't go. Oh, that's a pity. Feng Xingyang regretfully watched the two people walk into the school. No one noticed that someone in the distance was recording this scene with a mobile phone. Today in class, Yi Dingding was absent-minded. Her mind kept recalling what happened between the two of them last night. He got off too easy. I have to be more careful in the future. Now there are wolves in front and tigers behind. Heavens, why is my Yi Dingding life so hard? While she was feeling sorry for herself, Tang Jing discovered an amazing harvest. The true qi in his body increased a lot. But he did not practice martial arts last night. That could only be because he absorbed purine energy. Last night, he and Yi Dingdang had close physical contact for almost the entire night. He continuously absorbed purine energy, so his true qi increased so quickly. Boy, now you know that I didn't lie to you. As long as you get a woman, your martial arts will advance by leaps and bounds. Tian Chanzi jumped out again. Tang Jing really wanted to give him a supercilious look. He continued to listen to the class attentively. Although he was confident in the exam, he could not let his guard down. After all, he had a bet with the old witch. If he could not get first place in the school, then the old witch would not honor the bet. After school, Fang Shishir and Tang Jing walked down the school building together. They were whispering to each other. Every time at this time, Tang Jing would feel particularly peaceful. Tang Jing, I want to find an opportunity to invite you to my house for dinner. Is that okay? Fang Shishir asked. Go to your house for dinner? Tang Jing was surprised. Yes, I know that there is a misunderstanding between you and my mother, so I want to resolve this misunderstanding, Fang Shishir said in a delicate and pitiful voice. Tang Jing could not help but think of her mother's words. Looking at her delicate and pitiful appearance, he thought that if he wanted to stand together with her, he would have to go through her mother. It would be best if he could resolve the misunderstanding. No problem, you can set a time and let me know. I will definitely pay you a visit. Fang Shishir smiled like a flower and said, You are so nice. I thought you would object. Am I such a petty person? Of course not. You are the most selfless person in the world. Haha, I am not that great. It is just that if you ask me to do something, even if it means climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, I will do my best to do it. Fang Shishir's heart was filled with sweetness. Her face was filled with a happy smile. Beep beep! A car horn sounded behind Tang Jing. Lu Qingmei poked her head out of the window and signaled Tang Jing to get in the car. Then I will go to make up for my lessons. See you tomorrow. Okay, good luck. See you tomorrow. Tang Jing got in the car. Lu Qingmei glanced at Fang Shishir, who was like a lotus in clear water, and coldly said, I do not object to you two dating, but you must put your studies first. Do you understand? Teacher Lu, I understand. It is good that you understand. In the future, if there is nothing special, it is best if you do not miss my lessons. Yes. How is your preparation for school fees coming along? I am still preparing. The whole journey was silent. On the way back, the two bought dinner and then returned home. This time, her house was meticulously cleaned. It was clearly a lot more tidy than the first time. You should rest first. Lu Qingmei entered the bedroom. Not long after, she changed into a set of loose home clothes. It covered her graceful figure and made her seem more approachable. After the two ate dinner, they began to make up for their lessons. After the first run-in, this time it was even smoother. Even though Tang Jing had already recovered his strength, he still benefited a lot. Tang Jing, why are your test results so bad? Suddenly, Lu Qingmei stared straight at him. Her eyes seemed to see through his heart. I also do not know. Tang Jing did not expect her to be so direct. It seems that he was not able to hide his strength from her eyes. Nervous? Tang Jing bitterly smiled and said, Maybe. No, I think you are not nervous at all. Lu Qingmei still remembered his appearance at the police station. He was calm and composed, without a trace of nervousness. How could a person who was not nervous in front of a violent mechanism be nervous in an exam field? Your ability to lie is not good at all, Lu Qingmei coldly said. Chapter 60. Fan Shishir watched as Lu Qingmei's mini drove off into the distance. Just as she was about to walk towards the school gate, she heard someone call her name. Qiao Fei, you called for me? Fan Shishir looked at Qiao Fei, who was hurrying over, and asked. Qiao Fei pretended to be calm and said, Yes, I have something to talk to you about. What is it? Let's talk over there, Qiao Fei said as he pointed towards the school gate. Fan Shishir did not suspect anything as she followed him and said, Speak, what is it? Qiao Fei had targeted Tang Jing before, so Fan Shishir did not have a good impression of him. Do you know where Tang Jing spent the night last night? Qiao Fei asked. Of course it's his home. Home? He told you. If you don't have anything else, then I'll go home first. Fan Shishir did not want to say more. You were tricked by him. He didn't go home last night. He went to Yi Dingdang's house and stayed there the entire night. Seeing that Fan Shishir was about to leave, Qiao Fei impatiently said as he felt a sense of satisfaction from his revenge. Fan Shishir's face instantly changed as she said, Don't talk nonsense. Haha, how could I talk nonsense? I have evidence. Look. Qiao Fei opened the photo on his phone. It recorded that yesterday Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang left together in a car. This morning the two came to school in the same car and acted intimately. Fan Shishir stared at the photo in a daze, her heart in a mess. Could it be that he really went to Yi Dingdang's house to spend the night? Why didn't he tell me? Just what did they do? Most women, when faced with this kind of situation, would inevitably let their imagination run wild and be at a loss for what to do. Fan Shishir, you are wholeheartedly loyal to him. He is lying to you. This kind of person is a big liar. Don't ever trust him again. Qiao Fei saw that the time was right and immediately tried to drive a wedge between them. Fan Shishir looked up at him and said, Qiao Fei, this is between me and him. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. Why don't you understand? He is not worthy of you. Moreover, he is multitasking. Sure, you know that I have always liked you. Shut up. Don't say any more. I don't like you, and I won't be with you. Please don't say such things in the future. I'm going home. Fan Shishir felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She turned around and left. She wanted to ask Tang Jing what was going on. Did he really lie to her? Was this all an illusion? Before she could take 2 steps, her mouth was covered by someone. Her body was soft as if she had no strength. Her head was heavy as if she had dozed off. She lost to lose consciousness to sleep to. Seeing her fall, Qiao Fei hugged her. His lips curved into a devious smile as he muttered, Sure, this is all because of you. I pursued you bitterly, but you chose Tang Jing. If I didn't make a move, then that poor bastard Tang Jing would have taken advantage of me. I will never let that happen. Looking at Fan Shishir's beautiful face, his eyes lit up. Tonight you are mine. Don't ever think of leaving me again. Ha! Qiao Fei was confident that as long as he obtained the woman's body, he would have thousands of ways to make her unable to leave him. He supported Fan Shishir, and like an intimate couple, they quickly walked out of the side door and got into the car that had been prepared long ago. The car went straight to the 5-star hotel. Qiao Fei familiarly went up the stairs and entered the room that was already prepared. Looking at Fan Shishir, who was quietly lying on the bed, she was like a sleeping beauty. He swallowed his saliva and became restless. Where is this? Suddenly, Fan Shishir opened her eyes and unconsciously asked. Suddenly, she saw Qiao Fei and the surrounding environment. Her face greatly changed as she exclaimed, Qiao Fei, what are you doing? Hey, a single man and a single woman. What do you think I am doing? Qiao Fei, we are classmates. Don't be like this. This is against the law. Do you know that? Fan Shishir's heart was in a mess. How could she not understand what Qiao Fei wanted to do? She never would have thought that Qiao Fei was this kind of person. Haha, it's against the law. My family has money. The law has no effect on rich people. The law will only punish poor bastards like Tangjing. You did something bad. My family will not let you off. Hi hey, maybe after we get together, your family will be even happier. Our two families will be united by marriage. This will be a good story for both our families. No, I don't like you. I will not let you succeed. Fan Shishir bit her lips and resolutely said. Xiao Fei laughed. This is not up to you. Right now I have the final say. Do you think you can still resist? Fan Shishir struggled to stand up but found that her whole body was sore and weak. What did you do to me? Just a little trick. This will make the game more interesting. Moreover, I dare to guarantee that after you experience my good side, you will definitely not leave me again. You're dreaming. No, what I said is the truth and not a dream. Because in a moment I will record your moving side. This kind of moving and beautiful side should be kept as a memento. But if you leave me in the future, these beautiful things will spread throughout the world. Shameless. Fan Shishir's whole body was ice cold. Xiao Fei actually wanted to record a dirty video to threaten her. How could he be so perverted and so despicable? How could she not have noticed before? If she let him succeed, then her whole life would be ruined. How would she have the face to see Tangjing? This was the first time in her life that she felt such despair. Tangjing, where are you? Quickly come and save me. She cried out in her heart, but she knew that Tangjing should be tutoring right now. How could he appear here? He was not a god and did not have divine schemes. Xiao Fei, I beg you, let me go. I don't like you. A forced melon is not sweet. Fan Shishir was about to cry as she begged. Hun, now you know to beg me? It's too late. I used to be so good to you, but you turned a blind eye and chose that poor bastard Tangjing. You have broken my heart. Tonight, no one can save you. From now on, you are mine. Haha, in a moment I will be a bit more gentle and let you know what it's like to be a man. These unbearable words made Fan Shishir's face and ears turn red. She was angry and scared. Her whole body trembled as she said, Xiao Fei, even if you obtain my body, you will not obtain my heart. Moreover, I will not let you go. Her body was soft, and she did not have the ability to resist. Tonight she suffered under his evil hands. She would not have the face to see Tangjing, and could only leave this world forever. But even if she became a ghost, she would not let Xiao Fei go. Seeing the hatred and determination in her eyes, Xiao Fei felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed. A wave of unwillingness and anger rushed to his heart as he hysterically roared. Even if I can't obtain your heart, I will obtain your body. Bitch, are you still thinking about Tangjing? Let me tell you, not only will I obtain you, I will watch as his woman is taken away from him. I will make him suffer so much that he will wish he was dead. You pervert! Haha, you dare to call me a pervert? I'll show you how perverted I am. Xiao Fei's anger rose from his heart as he sent a slap towards Fan Shishir. Fan Shishir was unable to dodge, but she did not close her eyes in fear. Instead, she opened her eyes wide. In her eyes, besides anger, there was also contempt and unyielding. Pun! A muffled sound rang out. Fan Shishir did not feel any pain, but she felt a hot air coming from her chest. Then Xiao Fei flew out and heavily hit the wall. He fainted like a dead fish. Ah, what is going on? Fan Shishir was dumbstruck. With her knowledge, she could not understand what was going on. There was no third party in the room, so how could he fly out? Seeing him faint, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She only wanted to quickly escape this devil's den, but she found that her body was still weak. No, I must leave here. Otherwise, when he wakes up, I will not be able to escape. She used all her strength to reach into her pocket for her phone only to find that it was gone. Xiao Fei must have taken it away. What should I do? What should I do? I can't walk. I must call someone to come to the hotel and save me. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the phone at the head of the bed. Right, use this phone. She stretched out her hand with difficulty, and a number immediately jumped into her mind. She did not even think about it, and directly dialed the number. At this time, the first person she thought of was not her family, but Tang Jing. It seems that she subconsciously believed that Tang Jing could save her. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy." The line was busy. Fang Shishir was close to despair. Just as she was about to call her family, her hands suddenly froze. Because Xiao Fei woke up. F***ck, it hurts so much. Suddenly, Xiao Fei loudly shouted. She hopelessly looked at Xiao Fei, who had already stood up. Xiao Fei shook his head and blankly looked around. He did not find a third party, and Fang Shishir was still lying on the bed. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? No, how could this be an illusion? He clearly remembered that he was sent flying by a strong force, and then lost consciousness. Evil, F***ck, I don't believe that even the heavens cannot stop me from getting her. He had already been completely blinded by anger and desire. Fang Shishir, tonight you are mine! He laughed nastily and once again threw himself at Fang Shishir. The innate qi in Tang Zheng's body began to violently vibrate, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not his own problem, but someone else's problem. The Imperial Spirit Array had been activated, and he had a kind of telepathy with the array. But he was unable to determine who was in danger. He immediately rushed out of Lu Qingmei's house like the wind and said, "Teacher Lu, I have something to do, so I will leave first." Just as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Lu Qingmei's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she stared at the door. She muttered to herself, "Escape, I want to see how long you can escape for." She mistakenly believed that Tang Xing had his secret exposed, and did not know how to face it, so he found an excuse to escape. Young people will always be young people. They are still too impatient, and expose themselves after being tricked by my words. Tang Xing did not run around like a headless fly. This was because when the formation was activated, he had a feeling that he had sensed the location of the victim. Chapter 61. Tang Zheng, where did you take my daughter? Shi Mengqin bombarded Tang Zheng's ears with a high decibel. Auntie, did Shishir not return home? Tang Zheng asked. You already know the answer. Let me ask you, what did you do to my daughter? Hurry and let her return home. If you dare to do anything bad to her, I will definitely not let you off. Shi Mengqin threatened. Auntie, don't worry. Shishir will definitely be fine. Tang Zheng hurriedly hung up the phone. The two did not know that while they were on the phone, Fang Shishir had called for help. However, because Tang Zheng was using the old man's phone, there was no notification, so he missed this crucial call. Tang Zheng madly ran, rushing towards the location he sensed. Tian Chanzi, is there any way for me to clearly pinpoint Shishir's location? Tang Zheng anxiously asked as he ran. There is. Tian Chanzi did not beat around the bush, and directly taught Tang Zheng the tracking technique. Tang Zheng learned it quickly, and in the darkness, his perception of Fang Shishir became even clearer. The tracking technique could not track just anyone, but the most important thing was that the spirit control array was activated, so he was able to quickly track. City center. Fortunately, Lu Qingmei's home was near the city center, so Tang Zheng did not need to run for long to reach his destination. Hotel. Tang Zheng looked at the luxurious hotel, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Fang Shishir was in danger in a hotel, and this was enough to explain many problems. Shishir, you must wait for me. You must be fine. Tang Zheng entered the hotel, and a moment later, he arrived outside a guest room. The tracking technique's location was here. The door was tightly shut, but how could it stop him? Ping! He directly kicked open the door. Who is it? Xiao Fei was lying on top of Fang Shishir's body, tearing off her clothes. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the door. He shouted and turned his head to look, only to find that there was another person in the room. It was a person that he definitely did not want to see, a person that he did not expect. Tang Zheng, why are you here? Xiao Fei panicked as if he had seen a ghost. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! When Tang Jing saw Fang Shishir lying on the bed with tears streaming down her face, he became enraged. He madly rushed over and punched Xiao Fei in the chest. Roar! Xiao Fei was like a shrimp, instantly lying on the ground. Shishir! Tang Jing picked up Fang Shishir. Bastard, get lost! Don't touch me, don't touch me! Fang Shishir screamed in panic. Her eyes were full of despair and pain. Tang Jing felt as if a knife was being twisted, and said, Shishir, it's me, I'm Tang Jing. Fang Shishir was startled and said, Tang Jing, save me, I've come to save you. You're fine, you're safe. Tang Jing tightly held her in his arms, as if he was holding the most precious thing in the world. Fang Shishir's emotions gradually calmed down. She finally saw Tang Jing clearly. She was pleasantly surprised and said, Tang Jing, it really is you. You've come to save me. It's me, I came late and made you suffer. I knew you would come to save me. You are my hero, my great hero. Xiao Fei is a bastard, he wants to. As she spoke, she began to cry again. With me here, no one will be able to harm you. Tang Jing patted her back, comforting her. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If he had come a step later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Fei, this bastard, I will definitely not let him go. His gaze fell on Xiao Fei's body. He was already struggling to stand up, the muscles on his face twisted together in pain. Tang Jing, you dare hit me! F***ck, not only will I hit you, I will also kill you, you bastard! Tang Jing put down Fang Shishir, and like a fierce tiger, he flashed, punching and kicking Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei miserably screamed, and not long after, his face was bruised and swollen. He fell to the ground, twitching, and did not have any strength to resist. Tang Jing, don't hit him. If you continue, he will die. Fang Shishir saw the situation, and hurriedly advised. I just want to kill him. If you kill him, do you want to go to jail? If you go to jail, what will I do? Tang Jing stopped. Tang Jing, let's leave this place. I don't want to see him again. Fang Shishir painfully said. Okay, we will leave immediately. But Xiao Fei has done such an outrageous thing. He can avoid the death penalty, but he cannot escape punishment. Sure, you go out for a while, I will come out immediately. I can't walk. He drugged me. Tang Jing slapped his head. He was too careless and did not notice this. He grabbed her hand and used his chi to check. Finding that the situation was not too serious, he immediately used his chi to disperse the drug. Fang Shishir suddenly found that she had regained her ability to move. She immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Tang Jing in amazement. She did not know how he did it. He really is my hero. You go out first. Fang Shishir obediently walked to the door. Tang Jing grabbed Xiao Fei and lifted him up. Tang Jing, what are you doing? Killing people is illegal. Xiao Fei fearfully shouted. Killing you is dirtying my hands. Tang Jing quickly tore off his clothes. What are you doing? Don't tell me you have this kind of hobby. Xiao Fei's butt tightened as he panicked. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Xiao Fei, I have no enmity with you. You have targeted me time and time again. You even sent people to deal with my grandfather. Do you think I will just let you go? Xiao Fei's face was deathly white as he panicked and said, Tang Jing, please let me go. I will never treat you like that again. Before I was jealous of you. Your studies were better than mine and Fang Shishir also liked you. I was blinded by jealousy. A leopard cannot change its spots. I have already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Tang Jing had already promised not to care about Xiao Fei's actions, but he was seeking his own death. This cannot be blamed on him. Seeing Tang Jing like a killing god, Xiao Fei was terrified as he begged for mercy. Tang Jing, please don't kill me. I have money. I will give you money. Don't you need money? Who wants your stinky money? Just accept your fate. You have done many evil deeds. This is retribution. Seeing Tang Jing about to make a move, Although he did not know how Tang Jing was going to deal with him, he knew that Tang Jing would definitely make him wish he was dead. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, he became angry and roared. Tang Jing, who do you think you are? I am the young master of a rich family. You are a poor bastard who grew up in a garbage dump. I only hate that I did not directly kill you and only made your brain stupid. What? You are saying that my injury was caused by you. Tang Jing had long suspected this. Today, hearing Qiao Fei confirm it with his own mouth made him even angrier. That attack had changed his fate, causing him to fall from the altar to the dust and suffer the supercilious looks of others. Yes, I did it. So what? You have occupied the school's #1 position for a long time, making everyone's eyes focus on you. I do not accept this. You do not deserve this glory. So I will pull you down from the altar and make you the object of disdain. Qiao Fei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind as he spoke his true thoughts. Tang Jing's heart moved as he asked, Then the tuition fee was also done by you, right? Haha, of course. I will force you away. I will make you and Fang Shisha far away so that you will never have a chance. Tang Deng's eyes flashed with anger. He originally only wanted to teach Qiao Fei a lesson and make him afraid of him. It seems that his thoughts were too simple. Qiao Fei may be afraid of him, but he will definitely not let this matter go. Since he has persistently targeted him for so long, then in the future he will definitely become even worse. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. He must nip this hidden danger in the bud. Moreover, what he did to Fang Shisha is unforgivable. Dragons have reverse scales, humans also have reverse scales. Tang Jing's family and loved ones are his reverse scales. Anyone who touches it will die. He has already been completely controlled by hatred. Kill him and everything will be over. Tian Chanzi suggested. No, if I kill him the police will intervene. I will cause trouble. I want him to beg for death and become an idiot. Do you have any ideas? This is simple. You only need to use your qi to mess around in his brain. Then his brain will turn into paste, and he will naturally become an idiot. Okay, that's it. Tang Jing does not feel that he is cruel and merciless. Because Qiao Fei has tried to kill him several times, he is still being merciful. Qiao Fei, in the future you will never be able to do evil again. Tang Jing reached out his hand and pressed on his temple. If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise I will never let you go. Qiao Fei shouted fiercely. I won't kill you, because I want you to become an idiot. Just as his voice fell, Tang Jing activated his martial arts. Idiot? Qiao Fei was very puzzled. Suddenly, his brain felt a sharp pain, as if a knife was inserted into his brain. He directly fainted. Tang Jing checked the room to make sure that there are no clues left behind. Finally, he found Fang Shisha's phone on Qiao Fei's body. Only then did he leave the room. What did you do to him? Fang Shisha saw him come out and quickly asked. Make him unable to do evil again? You killed him? Fang Shisha's eyes widened in horror. How could I? I only knocked him unconscious. Let's go. Fang Shisha let out a sigh of relief. Even though she hates Qiao Fei, she does not want Tang Jing's hands to be stained with blood. How did you find me? After leaving the hotel, Fang Shisha could not help but curiously ask. After calming down, she realized that Tang Geng's sudden appearance was very mysterious. Do you still remember the jade Buddha that I gave you? I remember. I always have it with me. The jade Buddha is a treasure. Whenever you encounter an attack, I can sense it. Treasure? Fang Shisha's eyes widened. It was as if she was listening to a myth. This was beyond her understanding. Could it be that when Qiao Fei wanted to hit me, he was sent flying because of the jade Buddha? Even though Tang Jing did not see that scene, he guessed that this should be the case. He nodded and said, Yes, that's why I can sense it. However, the jade Buddha can only be used once a day. This was because Tang Geng's martial arts were still weak. Therefore, the Imperial Spirit Formation's effect was reduced. It could only be used once a day. Moreover, The Imperial Spirit Formation's effect was that the stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger the counterattack. Xiao Fei only slapped her, and the attack was not strong. He was only sent flying. If his attack was more intense, then he would have been directly injured or even killed. Fang Shishi's heart felt sweet. He actually gave her such a precious treasure. It was enough to see how important she was in his heart. In the future, remember to always carry it with you, Tang Zheng warned. I'll send you home. Chapter 62. Your mom just called me asking where you were and told me to quickly send you home, Tang Zheng said. Fan Shishi firmly shook her head and said, I really don't want to go home, I want to be with you. Saying this, she held on to Tang Deng's arm. Tang Jing was helpless as she had suffered so much today, so he really should stay by her side. Then let's go for a walk. In Tang Jing, Xiao Fei said that you stayed at Yidingdang's house last night? Ah? Tang Jing was slightly stunned but did not deny it. Yes, last night something happened in the Ye family, and they asked me to help, so I stayed at the Ye family. What happened? It's already been resolved. Tang Jing would not be so stupid as to say that he and Yi Dingdang had a fake engagement, as that would simply be asking for trouble. Oh. Seeing that he did not want to say more, Fan Shishi did not force him. The two strolled along the street as the night was hazy and the lights on both sides of the road pulled their shadows long. Fan Shishi raised her head to look at Tang Jing and said, I've noticed that you've changed a lot recently, and you seem different from before. What's different? Tang Jing pretended to be calm as he said in his heart that a woman's directness was really sensitive. I don't know, come up. Anyways, I feel that your temperament has changed and your attitude towards doing things is also different from before. Tang Jing could not help but sigh with emotion. Imperceptibly, even he himself did not realize that there was such a big change. In the past, he only knew how to study and was the standard obedient student. Now, his actions were even more casual, revealing a free and easy feeling. However, no matter what you become, I will still like it. Fan Shishi tightly held his hand and sincerely said, Sure, I will protect you so that you will never be bullied again. Tang Zheng's emotions fluctuated as he firmly said, And I believe in you. Tomorrow, I will request to change classes. I want to be in the same class as you. I don't want to be in class 1 anymore. I don't want to see Xiao Fei again. Suddenly, her expression darkened as she said, Xiao Fei probably won't return to school, Tang Zheng said. Why? Because I beat him into a pig's head. Tang Jing didn't want to say that he had already turned him into an idiot. Then he will still go back after he recovers. Besides, I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to be in the same class as you. I want to be by your side. There was a deeper reason for Fan Shishi's decision. Although there was nothing going on between Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang, the two of them were desk mates after all. They spent a lot of time together, so there was no telling what might happen. It would be too late to take precautions then. This was her little thought, but the starting point was her love for Tang Jing, so it was understandable. But will the old witch agree? It doesn't matter if she doesn't agree. My dad is a member of the school's board of directors. I still have the privilege of changing classes. Tang Jing didn't try to persuade her again. Unknowingly, the two of them walked from the city center to the south of the city. The night grew darker and colder. Fan Shishi couldn't help but shiver. You're cold. I'll send you home. I already said that I won't go back. Fan Shishi repeated. But your family will be worried. Just as his voice fell, Tang Zheng's phone rang again. Your mom is calling. Tang Jing picked it up and looked. Fan Shishi pursed her lips. Tang Jing, if you don't send my daughter back, then I will call the police. Shi Mangqin sternly threatened. Tang Jing made a helpless expression towards Fan Shishi and said, Auntie, I will immediately send Shishi home. Don't worry. Hung, at least you know your place. Hurry up. Shishi, if I don't send you back, then your mom will call the police. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jing said. Fan Shishi unhappily said, She wants to take care of everything. Since I was young, everything was arranged by her. I am just like a puppet. Tonight she had encountered too many things. Her emotions fluctuated greatly. She cares about you. In the future, we will have plenty of time to be together. Moreover, you don't want her opinion of me to grow bigger and bigger. Tang Zheng advised. Okay. Fang Shishir agreed. The two of them took a taxi to a luxurious villa. Go back and rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we will be together. Fang Shishir said expectantly. And you should also have a good sleep. Don't think about tonight's matter anymore. Tang Zheng warned. Then I will go in. Fang Shishir hugged Tang Jing, kissed him on the lips, and then reluctantly walked in. This scene was coincidentally seen by Shi Mengqin, who walked out. Immediately, her eyes widened and she said in a low voice, Shishir, what were you doing just now? Nothing. Fang Shishir lightly said. Good, I saw it with my own eyes. You actually dare to lie. The more you follow him, the worse you become. No, I definitely cannot let him leave like this. Shi Mengqin was flustered and exasperated. You are not allowed to go. If you dare to find trouble with him, I will never speak to you again. What? You actually dare to threaten me? I am tired. I want to go to sleep. Stop. Just what did you guys do tonight? Shi Mengqin relentlessly asked. I don't want to tell you. Fang Shishir thought of that humiliating scene and her mood immediately fell. She only wanted to take a bath and sleep, completely forgetting everything. But her cold reaction was simply disgraceful and abnormal in Shi Mengqin's eyes. How could her previously obedient daughter become so disobedient? This was definitely instigated by Tang Jun. This little brat has unfathomable motives. He actually instigated my daughter to go against me. Preposterous, simply preposterous. The more Shi Mengqin thought, the angrier she became. If he wants to rely on the Ye family's support to do bad things to my daughter, then he is wrong. I will definitely not let him succeed. In a few days, I will bring Tang Jing home to eat. You should prepare. Before entering, Fan Shishir's words almost caused Shi Mengqin's jaw to drop. He wants to enter the Fang family so quickly? He must be daydreaming. Whatever, I was worried that I would not have a chance to teach you a lesson. When the time comes, I will definitely embarrass you and let you know that our Fang family's threshold is very high. You simply cannot reach it. The next day, Tang Jing discovered that Lu Qingmei's gaze towards him was somewhat strange. It was like an eagle looking at a little chick. Damn, last night she almost saw through my flaws. If I continue to tutor her, then one day I will be exposed. Even though he felt that Lu Qingmei was a very good teacher and that he could absorb a lot of purine energy by being with her, compared to exposing his secret, he would rather choose to maintain a certain distance from her. Tonight I must find an excuse to avoid her. Teacher Lu, come out for a moment. Suddenly, the principal called out from outside the door. Lu Qingmei stopped teaching and walked out. The entire class looked outside, not knowing what happened. A moment later, Lu Qingmei walked in, but there was an extra person behind her, Fang Shishir. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this beautiful school flower, not knowing what was going on. Lu Qingmei's expression was still cold, making it impossible for people to see her mood. She lightly said, Today, our class has a new student, Fang Shishir. For the next 2 months, everyone will be studying together. My name is Fang Shishir. In the future, I will be looking forward to everyone's guidance. Fang Shishir sweetly smiled and gently said. Everyone was stunned for half a minute. What kind of song is this? Fang Shishir is the current #1 in the entire school. Why would she come to the Hell class? Some of the more quick-witted people already thought of a reason, Tang Jing. So they all turned their heads to look at Tang Jing in the last row. They discovered that his expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. F***ck, this must be because of Tang Jing. His luck with women is too good. He actually made Fang Shishir change classes for him. Many people were envious, jealous, and hateful. Why didn't such a good thing fall on their heads? Takashi clenched his fist and thought. Yesterday, Wasn't Xiao Fei going to make a move against Fan Shishir? Why is Fan Shishir acting like nothing happened? Could it be that Xiao Fei cancelled his plan? Now that Xiao Fei sees the cooked duck fly away, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Suddenly, his heart lit up as a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Fan Shishir is here. That means Tang Jing won't have a chance to hook up with Yi Dingdang. That means my chance has come. Thinking of this, he wanted to jump up in excitement. This time Xiao Fei is out of luck. My good luck has come. Who cares, my own happiness is more important. What does Xiao Fei's happiness have to do with me? He and Xiao Fei were jackals of the same tribe. They only got together because they were birds of a feather. There was no friendship to speak of. Naturally, he wouldn't feel sad for him. Fan Shishir really should have come to Class 7 earlier. That Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang probably didn't have a chance. But now it's not too late. Haha, Takashi's luck has changed. My spring has finally come. Where do you want to sit? Lu Qingmei asked. Of course she would welcome such a top student. She and everyone else thought that Fan Shishir came for Tang Jing. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tang Jing. How could this brat's charm be so great? Yi Dingdang and his relationship seemed to be very close. Moreover, Fan Shishir, his official girlfriend, even changed classes. Tang Jing was simply like a love saint. Teacher Lu, can I sit there? Fan Shishir pointed at the seat in front of Tang Jing. There was already someone sitting there. Actually, Fan Shishir wanted to sit together with Tang Jing. However, she knew that Yi Dingdang would definitely not agree. Why would she make such an impossible request? Then you'll have to ask your classmate's opinion. Lu Qingmei pointed at the male student sitting there and said, I don't have any objections. You can sit here with me. The male student excitedly said. It was as if being chosen by Fan Shishir was his greatest honor. Fan Shishir smiled and expressed her thanks. Then she naturally sat in front of Tang Jing, leaving her beautiful back and jet black hair to Tang Jing. Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used to think that Fan Shishir was very obedient and timid. Only now did he realize that her courage wasn't small at all. She openly sat in front of him. At this point, even a blind person could see that she came for Tang Jing. Feng Yong quietly gave a thumbs up to Tang Jing. Yi Dingdang also looked at him thoughtfully and meaningfully. Such a big piece of news happened in the Hell class. It made all the students' hearts surge. But at the same time, the elite Class 1 was also experiencing a big event. Chapter 63. Fan Shishir decisively leaving Class 1 for Class 7 was like a ruthless slap to Wu Zuihong's face. She had expressed her contempt and disgust for Class 7 on more than one occasion, but today, the most outstanding student in her class actually took the initiative to transfer to Class 7. This was an undisguised slap to her face. Wu Zuihong's anger burned as she really had the urge to kill. The entire class was silent out of fear that they would be implicated. Suddenly Wu Zuihong's gaze fell on another empty seat, Xiao Fei. Where did Xiao Fei go? She unhappily asked. After being silent for a long time, someone finally carefully said, Xiao Fei did not come today. Did not come? Wu Zuihong's face became increasingly ashen, but she did not think too much about it as Xiao Fei was not only the class monitor but also his family background. Even if he really played truant, she would not be able to do anything to him. Study for this class yourself. Wu Zuihong did not have the desire to teach as she coldly threw down these words and walked out of the classroom. Just at this moment, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing walked in with two strong men behind her who loudly shouted, Not a single one is allowed to leave! Wu Zuihong of course recognized this person as she was Xiao Fei's mother. Wu Zuihong hurriedly went up to greet her as she forced out a smile and said, Madam Xiao, why did you come? Madam Xiao coldly looked at Wu Zuihong and with an ashen face said, You are also not allowed to leave. Wu Zuihong was suddenly startled as she did not know why the other party was so angry. She hurriedly said, Madam Xiao, did something happen? Of course something has happened, Something big has happened. Someone has grown the guts of a leopard and actually dared to harm my son. I will definitely drag this person out," Madame Chiao said with a murderous look. Wu Tsuihong was shocked when she heard this and asked with concern. "Chiao Fei is injured? Is his injury serious? What is going on? I also want to ask you what is going on. You are his teacher, and yesterday after school he did not return home, and today he was found injured. He is still unconscious and is currently undergoing emergency treatment," Madame Chiao sternly asked. Wu Tsuihong said in her heart, "What does this have to do with me?" But she couldn't directly add fuel to the fire and said, "I'm also very concerned about Chiao Fei's injury, but we should first figure out what happened. I remember that he was fine yesterday after school. Then tell us what happened after school. You are his teacher and classmate, so you must know the truth. If you don't tell us today, then no one is allowed to leave the classroom." Madame Chiao's request was unreasonable, causing all of the students to glare at her. "What are you glaring at? My son is injured. You are all suspects. If you know the truth, say it quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "Are you being unreasonable? We weren't the ones who hurt Chiao Fei, so what right do you have to question us?" Someone retorted. "Why? My family is a board member of the school. Anyway, if we don't get to the bottom of this today, no one can leave the classroom." Wu Tsuihong felt a headache coming on. Fan Shishu's matter had just passed, and now this happened. Could it be that this year was really unlucky for her to have so many troublesome matters come knocking on her door? She suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "Madame Chiao, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Students, don't complain. Everyone cooperate and recall if you saw Chiao Fei yesterday after school. Chiao Fei purposely avoided everyone yesterday after school, so how could he be discovered?" Seeing everyone shake their heads, Madame Chiao became unhappy. She thought that these students were not cooperating and said, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a group of students. I'll interrogate you one by one. We are not criminals. You have no right to interrogate us." The students were young and full of vigor. They were all the pearls of their palms at home. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? They all retorted, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Madame Chiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked at them with ridicule. Suddenly, her eyes fell on two empty seats. One of them was her son's, but what about the other one? This meant that there were not all students in the classroom. Call all the students in your class over. Not a single person can be missing. There must be someone who knows the details. Madame Chiao ordered arrogantly, as if Wu Tsuihong was one of her subordinates. "My class's students are all here." "Liar, there are clearly two empty seats." "Oh, the other empty seat is a student who just transferred to another class." "Just transferred? To be in such a hurry to transfer, there must be a problem. Who knows, maybe my son's injury is related to her. Let's go find this student." Madame Chiao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Wu Tsuihong originally wanted to persuade her, but after thinking about it, Fan Shishu was no longer in her class, so why should she speak good words for her? It would be best if Madame Chiao went to cause a ruckus. That way, she could also make Lu Qingmei lose face, killing two birds with one stone. That student transferred to Class 7. The worst Class 7? Madame Chiao said in surprise, as she clearly knew of Class 7's reputation. There must be a problem with this person. Transferring to a trash class like Class 7, how could she be a good student? My son's injury must be related to her. Let's go to Class 7. The three of them rushed to Class 7. Wu Tsuihong hesitated for a moment before also chasing after them. The other students looked at each other in dismay. Just what kind of trouble was this? Lu Qingmei was in the middle of her lesson when she heard a ruckus outside. Then the classroom door was heavily pushed open and fiercely hit the wall, making a loud noise. Lu Qingmei immediately raised her eyebrows as she stared at the door with an unkind expression. Coincidentally, she saw Madame Chiao aggressively walk in with two strong men. "Get out, I'm in the middle of a lesson," Lu Qingmei said without any trace of politeness. Madame Chiao looked at Lu Qingmei and couldn't help but feel ashamed of her inferiority. At her age, what she hated the most was seeing others younger and prettier than her. However, there was no doubt that Lu Qingmei was younger and prettier than her. In front of Lu Qingmei, she was like an old tree branch. Thus, she didn't have a good expression towards Lu Qingmei and said, "You still want to go to class? No way! Hand over the student that just transferred from class 1. Lu Qingmei was secretly astonished. Just who was this crazy woman, and why was she looking for Fang Shishir? Who are you? Lu Qingmei asked. Hung, who am I? I am someone you can't afford to provoke. Let me tell you, hurry up and call that person out. Otherwise, I will make sure you lose your job, Madame Chiao said overbearingly. Lu Qingmei obviously saw that her background wasn't ordinary, but how could she be afraid of her? She jokingly said, "You want me to lose my job? You don't have the qualifications. My family is a board member of this school. You say I don't have the qualifications?" Lu Qingmei's expression didn't change as she said, "So what if you are a board member? I am in class, so even if you are the emperor, you still have to get out." Lu Qingmei was a person who would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. Madame Chiao wanted to use her status to pressure her, but she didn't fall for it. Seeing the unyielding Lu Qingmei, Madame Chiao was both angry and amused. In all these years, no one had dared to speak to her like this. She directly walked in front of the male student and fiercely slapped the table and said, "Tell me, who is the student that just transferred from class 1? Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?" The male student looked at her with disdain and completely ignored her. Class 7 couldn't be compared to Class 1. The students' bones were filled with pride and they also had the rebellious nature of young people. Even the teachers were unable to subdue them, so how could they be afraid of a woman who suddenly ran in and made a fuss? Madame Chiao angrily said, "You are expelled. Immediately scram. I think you should be the one to scram." Lu Qingmei walked over. "I will say it again. Please leave my classroom. I want to go to class." "What kind of class is this? Who is the one that just transferred from class 1? Stand up for this old lady." Madame Chiao slapped the table and angrily roared. Many people subconsciously looked towards Fang Shishir. They all wanted to know what kind of enmity she had with this crazy woman for her to actually make this crazy woman so angry. However, no one said anything about Fang Shishir. Instead, they all angrily stared at Madame Chiao. Seeing Madame Chiao being rude to Lu Qingmei again and again, many people angrily stood up. This anger quickly accumulated and finally exploded into a shocking roar. Scram! The sound was so loud that the floor seemed to tremble. Madame Chiao was frightened and retreated 3 steps. If not for 2 strong men supporting her, she would have already fallen to the ground. She was both frightened and frightened. Her chest was heaving up and down as she gasped for breath and said, "Rebel, you guys really rebel. You don't want to talk, right? I have a way to make you talk. You guys go grab a person and interrogate him. I want to see how long you guys can keep your mouths shut." 2 strong men flashed and grabbed a male student. They wanted to pull him out of his seat, but the male student held onto the table with a red face. "Stop!" Lu Qingmei coldly shouted. She wanted to stop them but was blocked by one of the strong men. "If you don't cooperate, then this is your fate," Madame Chiao arrogantly said. "My students, no one can touch them. You will pay the price for what you have done today," Lu Qingmei said in a powerful and resonant voice. The classroom was bustling with noise and excitement. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let's fight it out with them." A few male students raised their chairs and were about to rush forward. Just at this time, Fang Shishir stood up and said, "The person you are looking for is me. Let go of that student." Shwa! The noise disappeared in an instant, and everyone looked at her at the same time. "Fang Shishir, don't stand up. There is no reason to talk to these people. Let's chase them out," someone shouted. "Right, chase them out." Madame Chiao stared at Fang Shishir. Another girl who was younger and more beautiful than her. This caused her jealousy to increase. She waved her hand and said, "Grab her for me." Chapter 64. Von Schircher did not retreat or dodge. Under this kind of attack, she was like a rootless duckweed without any ability to resist. But she was not afraid, not even the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she was filled with courage because there was a person standing behind her, a person she could entrust her life to, Tang Jing. Just now, when Madame Chiao barged in and caused a ruckus, the two of them guessed that it might be related to Chiao Fei. Seeing that Madame Chiao actually wanted to harm other students, Von Schircher immediately stood up. The sturdy man's hand was about to grab her shoulder when suddenly, a hand appeared without any warning. Then, the sturdy man felt as if his hand had touched a hard piece of steel and was fiercely bounced back. He felt a burning pain and felt as if his bones were about to break. Tang Jing had already stood up and stared at the sturdy man. When their eyes met, the sturdy man angrily shouted, "Who are you?" "Scram!" Tang Jing shouted. The opponent was not even a martial artist, so he had no interest in making a move. The sturdy man's feeling was different. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from Tang Jing's body. Although the other party's performance was no different from the other students, he still had this kind of feeling in his heart. Even he himself felt that it was ridiculous. "Why aren't you making a move?" Madame Chiao asked. Bang! The sturdy man knew that he could not stay in a stalemate, so he made a move. His fist went straight for Tang Jing's face. Bang! Before anyone could see it clearly, they saw the burly man softly fall down like a dead fish. Madame Chiao finally realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Good, you still dare to hit people. Hurry up and capture that girl and boy." The other sturdy man also rushed over, but when he reached Tang Jing, he followed in his footsteps and fell to the ground like a dead fish. Wah! Everyone stared with wide eyes at Tang Jing as if they were looking at an alien. This was the first time they saw Tang Jing make a move. They were all shocked because they did not see how Tang Jing made a move. In their minds, a word quickly flashed: expert. Teenagers all worshipped the strong, and many of them immediately cheered. Madame Chiao was so angry that her face turned white. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she had encountered a tough opponent. "Brat, you dare to hit people, you're fired," Madame Chiao said in a threatening manner. Tang Jing gave her a look of disdain, and did not pay her any attention. A strange light flashed through Lu Qingmei's eyes as she glanced at Tang Jing. Then she stared at Madame Chiao and said, "You brought people to school to commit murder, so don't even think about leaving. This matter must be clearly investigated by the police." "Haha, call the police? Good, someone injured my son Chiao Fei. Now that he is lying in the hospital, I also want to call the police." Without anyone to rely on, Madame Chiao was deeply afraid that this group of fearless students would gang up on her. When she heard that they were going to call the police, she couldn't wait. "You can't call the police." Suddenly, the principal walked in and anxiously stopped them. "We're all on the same side. This is just a misunderstanding. Let's clear things up." The principal already felt a headache coming on. He was the principal specially hired by the school board, so of course he knew Madame Chiao, so he couldn't let this situation escalate. Who is on the same side as her principal? She openly brought people to school to commit murder. This kind of person must be severely punished, Lu Qingmei said straightforwardly. The principal bitterly smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, please calm down. This is Chiao Fei's mother. The Chiao family is a board member, so how could she bring people to school to commit murder? This is definitely a misunderstanding. Moreover, according to my understanding, Chiao Fei is indeed injured and hospitalized, which is why Madame Chiao is so agitated." "Chiao Fei is hospitalized?" Lu Qingmei had of course heard of Chiao Fei's name. Chiao Fei's family background was illustrious, and his grades were also very good. However, she heard that he was a bit bossy and domineering, causing many students to fear him. "My son was injured after school yesterday, and this matter cannot be separated from a certain student. I suspect that student is the biggest suspect. Moreover, that boy actually hit people. This kind of student must be expelled. Madame Chiao saw that the principal had arrived, so she became confident again. She placed her hands on her hips and said domineeringly. The principal glanced at Fang Shishir, and his forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. If it was someone else, he would have the authority to deal with them, but Fang Shishir was not someone easy to deal with. The Fang family was also a board member, so he couldn't afford to offend them. Thus, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Madam Chiao, is there a misunderstanding here? Seeing that the principal actually sided with the other side in the blink of an eye, Madam Chiao became angry. She thought that she couldn't count on the principal today. Once this matter was over, she would definitely get rid of him and find another obedient principal. Misunderstanding? Then I'll have the police come and see if this is a misunderstanding. Saying this, she actually dialed a number and loudly said, Chief Deng, I'm at Pengqing International School. Come over, I have some matters for you to settle. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the crowd with contempt and said, The police will be here soon. You guys just wait and tell them. The principal wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Madam Chiao, there's no need for the police to get involved in this matter. We can settle it ourselves. Hun, I don't need you to settle it. I'll let the police handle it. Let me tell you, before the police come, that girl and boy are not allowed to leave. Today, there must be an explanation. Principal, letting these kind of people come to our school to cause trouble is simply bringing shame to our school. Lu Qingmei said. The principal bitterly smiled and advised, Teacher Lu, don't say too much. Seeing this deadlock, Fang Shishir asked in a low voice, What should we do? Don't worry, they don't know anything so they won't be able to do anything. Tang Jing comforted her. How about I call home? The Chiao family is bullying others, but our family is not so easy to bully. Fang Shishir said. Last night Fang Shishir was the victim, but now that Madame Chiao was making such a big fuss, it was as if she was the perpetrator, making her very angry. However, she did not want to make the matter of last night public. After all, it was not a good thing and related to her innocence. Even if nothing happened, if other people found out, there would definitely be rumors. For the time being, they don't have any evidence. Even if the police came, it would be useless. Later on, as long as we say that the two of us were together last night, they won't be able to do anything. Tang Zheng warned. And I understand. Yi Dingdang saw the two whispering and suspiciously asked, What are you two chattering about? Nothing much. What happened to Chiao Fei? Who knows? Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and feigned ignorance. In reality, he was the clearest about Chiao Fei's situation. You two come over here. The principal waved towards Tang Jing and Fang Shishir and said. The two of them walked over and the principal earnestly said, Last night, student Chiao Fei was injured. Do you know who did it? I don't know. Tang Jing bluntly said. I'm not asking you, stinking brat. Madame Chiao scolded and stared at Fang Shishir and said, What did you do last night? Nothing. Nothing. Who do you think you are lying to? Hurry up and tell the truth, otherwise you will suffer. Madame Chiao fiercely said. Seeing this, the principal advised, Madame Chiao, they are still children. Let's have a better attitude. Madame Chiao glared at the principal, not understanding why his attitude today was so abnormal. It was as if he was secretly helping outsiders. Since she said she didn't do anything, then she really didn't do anything. Lu Qingmei said. Children these days are full of lies. If you believe her, pigs can climb trees. Let me ask you, you said you didn't do anything bad. Do you have a witness? Aye, she was with me last night. I can prove it. Tang Jing said. Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Jing in astonishment, thinking that he was clearly tutoring her last night, so how could he be with Fang Shishir? But she didn't point it out. You two were together? Madame Chiao stared at Tang Jing. How could Tang Jing be afraid of her completely unthreatening gaze as he lightly said, Yes. Now you have nothing to say. Wrongly accusing my student. I will sue you for slander. Wrongly accused or not, The police will know when they come. Madame Chiao didn't want to give up so easily. She had to find the culprit who injured her son. This way, when her son wakes up, she can resolve the hatred in her heart. Just as she finished speaking, several policemen boldly and decisively walked in and waved their hands. Everyone make way. What are you all doing here? Chief Deng, you came just in time. My family's Chiao Fei was injured last night and is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. I suspect that it has something to do with this female student, Madame Chiao bluntly said. Which eye of yours saw that your son's injury has something to do with Fang Shishir? Lu Qingmei angrily asked. Hun, this kind of thing doesn't need to be seen to know. Chief Deng, bring them all back. We will know once we interrogate them, Madame Chiao ordered. Deng Maokai originally thought it was just a small matter, but when he saw Lu Qingmei, he instantly recognized her. This was because the beauty of this level was really rare, and his impression of her from that meeting was too deep. When Tang Jing was caught by Chiao Fei, it was Deng Maokai who single-handedly arranged it. In the end, he even found his own subordinate Lu Gang to be the scapegoat. Only then did he keep his position as chief. The most important thing was that the picture of him and his lover was taken by Tang Jing. He never would have thought that today he would be dragged by Chiao Fei's mother. Moreover, it seemed that he would have to face Lu Qingmei again. F***CK, why am I so unlucky? Are the Chiao family people my nemesis? I have only been quiet for a few days and now they are here again. A few days ago, Deng Maokai was on tenterhooks. He thought that Tang Jing would release his picture, but after discovering that there was no movement, he guessed that the other side was soft-hearted and let him go. He secretly rejoiced. Suddenly, Deng Maocai's pupils shrunk as he saw Tang Jing. His heart thumped, and he could not help but cry out in grief. Why am I so unlucky? Why is it him again? Cough, cough. Deng Maokai dryly coughed twice to cover up the shock in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said, The police need evidence to handle a case and do not rely on words. We will investigate this matter and do not need other people to tell us what to do. What? Madame Chiao was not an idiot. She could clearly tell that Deng Maokai was not speaking up for her. For a moment she was stunned. Did the sun rise from the west today? How come the reinforcements that she brought over are all traitors? Chapter 65. Chief Deng, what do you mean? Madame Chiao asked in disbelief. Deng Maokai glanced at her and said in his heart, Why won't you listen? I told you to shut up and I will decide on this matter. But he did not say it out loud as the Chiao family was not an ordinary family in ordinary balance. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Deng Maokai did not greet Lu Qingmei and Tang Jing but pretended to be impartial and said in a businesslike manner. Madame Chiao had already discovered that something was wrong, but she still said, My son was injured last night, and I suspect that it has something to do with this female student. Deng Maocai's gaze turned towards Fang Shishir as he secretly praised her beauty and asked, Classmate, can you tell me what you were doing last night? Last night I was with him the entire time, Fang Shishir calmly said. Deng Maokai glanced at Tang Jing and nodded his head, indicating that he understood, and then said, Then do you know how Chiao Fei was injured? How could I know? No, she is lying. Madame Chiao immediately cried out. What you say is the truth, and what others say is a lie. Don't think so highly of yourself, Lu Qingmei coldly said. Deng Maokai glanced at Lu Qingmei and saw that her face was filled with anger, even more so than the last time at the police station. His heart thumped as if she was really angry, then he might suffer a calamity, so he quickly said, This teacher's words are reasonable. Since both sides have their own version of the story and there is no evidence, we should wait until Chiao Fei wakes up. He will definitely know how he was injured. The principal interrupted. That's right, once Chiao Fei wakes up, then won't the truth be revealed? Fang Shishir's gaze moved as she nervously looked towards Tang Jing, but Tang Deng's expression did not change as he comforted her with his eyes. Madame Chiao originally wanted to take advantage of the situation before her son woke up, so seeing that Deng Maokai was not helping her, she already knew that there was an unforeseen event. She unwillingly glared at Fang Shishir and said, "Then you just wait. Once my son wakes up, no matter who the culprit is, they will not have an easy time." Ring, ring, ring. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. After she picked it up, her expression changed abruptly. She asked, "Is what you said true? My son has become a vegetable." She held her phone in a daze, as if she had been immobilized. The others also understood that Xiao Fei had actually become a vegetable. This was absolutely explosive news. Many people were not used to Madame Chiao's actions and were already secretly cheering. "Serves you right. Who asked you to be so arrogant? I am number one in the world. Now you should be crying." "No, you won't even have the chance to cry." Madame Chiao did not cry. Instead, her little universe erupted, and like a loudspeaker, she loudly roared, "I will kill you and avenge my son!" Then, she rushed towards Fang Shishir. Tang Jing stood in front of Fang Shishir and pulled her to the side. In the end, she fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, she immediately crawled up and rushed forward like a madwoman. Her face was malevolent like an evil spirit. "You police are just going to watch her commit a crime in broad daylight?" Lu Qingmei asked. Deng Maokai also finally reacted. He was truly confused by Madame Chiao's actions. Seeing her crazy appearance, he knew that she had temporarily lost her wolf. Thus, he hurriedly ordered his two subordinates. "Why haven't you caught her yet? Catch me? You dare to catch me? Do you know who I am? With a single word I can peel off your skin." Madame Chiao bared her fangs and brandished her claws. One of the police was not careful and was even scratched on his face. However, in the end, she was not a match for the police and was quickly restrained. "Attacking the police is against the law," Lu Qingmei lightly said. Deng Maokai was shocked. Lu Qingmei was finally angry. This was the rhythm of dealing with Madame Chiao. However, both sides were not good people. He could only impartially enforce the law so that he would not be criticized. Moreover, Tang Jing still had something on him. Even if he did not give Lu Qingmei face, he could not help but have misgivings about Tang Jing. "Take her away. This is a school, not a vegetable market. Making a ruckus here is not appropriate," Deng Maokai sternly said. Looking at Madame Chiao's shrewish appearance, he instantly understood that Madame Chiao and Lu Qingmei were not on the same level. From beginning to end, Lu Qingmei was like a phoenix high up in the sky, while Madame Chiao was like a chirping sparrow, even though she was making a lot of noise. "What are you doing? Let me go. I want to take revenge for my son," Madame Chiao shouted. Seeing this, the principal said, "Officer, this is a misunderstanding. Can you first let her go?" After all, Madame Chiao's identity was special. If the police were to take her away like this, he would not be able to report back. Deng Maokai did not buy this, as he impartially said, "Let her go. If she injures someone, will you take responsibility? Moreover, she attacked a police officer, so she must be taken away. Let's go back to the police station. Why don't you take away the culprit who harmed my son? Take away that little slut. I want her to live a life worse than death." Madame Chiao was still hysterically shouting. Deng Maokai's face became more and more ugly. How could this person be so blind? "Then we will go back first," Deng Maokai respectfully said to Lu Qingmei. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in awe of Lu Qingmei. With the ruckus here, there were already many students and teachers gathered at the door and windows. Many of them were looking at Lu Qingmei with complicated gazes. Everyone did not have much understanding of Lu Qingmei. They only knew that she was cold and arrogant. It was as if she did not want to interact with others. There was a feeling of being thousands of miles away from her. No one had ever thought that she had an outstanding identity. But from Deng Maokai's reaction today, it seemed that her background was very big. Among the crowd, one of the people with the most complicated feelings was Wu Tsuehong. This farce could be attributed to her pushing the boat with the current, as she wanted to embarrass Lu Qingmei. Seeing Madame Chiao act so arrogantly, she was extremely happy and thought to herself, let the storm come even fiercer. But the final development caused her to be taken aback. The police that Madame Chiao called did not help her. Instead, they took her away. This world was too crazy. She could not understand it at all. In the end, when she saw Deng Maocai's attitude towards Lu Qingmei, she finally understood why the police's attitude was so strange. It was all because of Lu Qingmei. Who is she? Why does she have so much power? The fear in Wu Zeihong's heart gradually spread. Her conflict with Lu Qingmei was not just a day or two. Moreover, it was an open secret. She originally thought that by relying on her position as the grade leader, she could suppress Lu Qingmei. She never thought that her background would be so big. This is bad. What if she takes revenge on me? Wu Zeihong's heart was in turmoil. Her face instantly became pale. She was in a daze as she squeezed out of the crowd. The farce that she pushed the boat with the current had turned out like this. This was not the result that she wanted. Another person with mixed feelings was Takashi. He had been silently paying attention to the development of the situation. When he heard that Qiao Fei was injured yesterday, he immediately guessed that this matter was related to Fang Shishir. This was because he was the only one who knew about Qiao Fei's actions yesterday. If Fang Shishir was not enough to harm Qiao Fei, then there was only one other person, Tang Jing. He wished that he could immediately rush up and say that Tang Jing was the murderer. However, in front of the entire class, he did not dare to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely become a public enemy, and there would be no way for him to stay in Class 7. The development of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Qiao Fei actually became a vegetable. This really gave him a big fright. He could not help but secretly look at Tang Jing. He discovered that his expression was normal, as if he did not know about this matter. However, Takashi was very clear that this matter was definitely done by him. He actually turned Qiao Fei into a vegetable. Takashi's heart went cold. Fear spontaneously rose in his heart. It was as if a fierce tiger was staring at him, and could at any time open its bloody mouth and swallow him whole. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. My conflict with Tang Jing cannot be resolved. Now that Qiao Fei is done for, the next moment it will be my turn. I have to do something. Right, if I tell Madame Chiao the truth, then she will definitely not let Tang Jing go. Even if there is no evidence, they will still use other methods to get revenge for Qiao Fei. Takashi's eyes lit up as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint evil smile. The farce ended and the audience dispersed. Tang Jing and Fang Shishir were called downstairs by Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei stared at the two. Tang Jing was calm as if nothing had happened. Fang Shishir was beautiful and pretended to be calm. However, the trace of strangeness between her eyebrows did not escape Lu Qingmei's eyes. This matter definitely has something to do with them, she concluded in her heart. However, the matter of Qiao Fei becoming a vegetable still shocked her. This method was not ordinary. Her gaze fell on Tang Geng's body. It was as sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to cut him open and see him clearly. Tang Jing was calm and collected. Under this knife-like gaze, his calmness was somewhat strange. This matter has something to do with you guys? Lu Qingmei finally asked. Fang Shishir's heart trembled as she subconsciously tightened her grip on Tang Geng's hand. Tang Jing blankly raised his head and looked at Lu Qingmei, saying, Teacher Lu, this kind of joke cannot be made. Then you mean it has nothing to do with you guys? Of course it has nothing to do with us. We are students, how could we do this kind of thing? Tang Jing discovered that he really did have a talent for lying. His face was not red, his heart was not beating fast, and even his breathing did not change in the slightest. Currently, his control over his body was very strong. As long as he did not want to reveal any flaws, it would be very difficult for others to discover. Lu Qingmei discovered that she had to re-evaluate Tang Jing. She had already guessed that he was deliberately hiding his strength during the exam. However, this was not what surprised her the most. Tang Zheng's performance today was what surprised her the most. After doing so many things, he was still able to remain calm and composed. She could not help but think of the incident at the police station. Could it be that he was also acting at that time? Chapter 66. Then you guys better remember what you just said and say the same to other people, Lu Qingmei warned. Tang Zheng nodded. Of course. Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh that Lu Qingmei was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. She had already seen through the clues, but she was clearly biased towards him, which was a good thing. However, being together with such a shrewd woman, Tang Zheng was worried that she would discover more of his secrets, so he said, Teacher Lu, can I not make up lessons in the future? I feel that I can study by myself. No! Lu Qingmei unhesitatingly objected. She had developed an interest in Tang Zheng and wanted to slowly unravel his secrets before completely exposing Tang Deng's secrets in front of her. She would very much enjoy this feeling of accomplishment. Tang Zheng saw that the situation wasn't good and wanted to escape, so how could she let him succeed? Their eyes met, and Lu Qingmei's gaze was firm. Tang Zheng compromised and scratched his head. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to make up lessons. Now he had picked up a rock and smashed it on his own feet. It seems like I can only be more careful in the future and hide deeper. Teacher Lu, can we stop for a bit tonight? I'm bringing Tang Zheng home for dinner, Fang Shishir suddenly asked. Tonight? Lu Qingmei looked deeply at the two and said, Fine, I'll make an exception this time. Finished speaking, she walked away. Why are you inviting me to your home so quickly? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Are you not happy? Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile. Of course I'm happy. Don't be unhappy. You're going to my home and not a tiger's den. Moreover, look at Xiao Fei's mom today. She definitely won't let this go. This matter needs to be handled by my dad, so you have to perform well tonight. I'm so outstanding. If I act as myself, I'll definitely win his approval. Tang Zheng bragged. Shameless. My dad's requirements are very strict. Moreover, he's very strict, so don't be scared when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm very brave. Tang Zheng patted his chest and said, I know you have a lot of guts, you are Tang Daring. Let me tell you, when I heard that Xiao Fei was in a vegetative state, I was scared out of my wits. Why were you so heavy-handed last night? Fang Shishir said with lingering fear. Tang Zheng coldly snorted and said, Letting him become a vegetable is letting him off easy. After what he did to you, I really want to kill him. Alright, don't be angry. Maybe this is karma. Now that he's in a vegetative state, he won't be able to harm anyone in the future. However, you must remember not to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Of course I know. Tonight, watch my eyes and act according to the situation. You must perform well in front of my father, Fang Shishir instructed. When class started, the two of them returned to the classroom. The commotion had gradually subsided. Many people looked at Fang Shishir with eyes full of affection. At that time, when Madame Chiao wanted to take away a classmate, Fang Shishir bravely stood up. This action undoubtedly won the goodwill of the people of Class 7. Fang Shishir quickly integrated into the group, even faster than Tang Zheng. A small piece of paper quietly appeared in front of Tang Zheng. Did you do this? For simple words, but Tang Zheng understood what it meant. He turned his head to look at the owner of the paper. Yi Dingdang stared straight at him. Tang Zheng returned the paper without giving a yes or no answer. However, in Yi Dingdang's eyes, the answer was already very obvious. Yi Dingdang was a martial artist. She had personally seen Tang Zheng face off against an assassin. That kind of decisiveness and fierceness was not something that a normal person could imagine. Thus, she believed that Tang Zheng was capable of doing such a thing. However, she believed that Tang Zheng was not a violent person. There must be a reason for this. Why? Another piece of paper appeared in front of Tang Deng's eyes. He stared straight at these 3 words, his teeth involuntarily clenched. Of course there was a reason, but this reason could not be told to outsiders. This matter was related to Fang Shishi's reputation, so he once again pushed the paper back. Yi Dingding wrinkled her eyebrows and coldly snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Jing turned a deaf ear to her words. His eyes were fixed on the blackboard as he listened to the teacher's lecture. Yi Dingdang unwillingly looked at him, and then looked at Fang Shishi. She thought, Fang Shishi suddenly changing classes must have something to do with this matter. Just what did Xiao Fei do to make Tang Jing so angry? Her gossipy heart burned, but she was unable to think of a reason. After all, a normal person would not be able to imagine that Xiao Fei would do such a shameless and bold action. This time, the storm spread through the forum at the fastest speed and throughout the school. After all, it was too big of a commotion, and the people involved were too eye-catching. Tang Jing and Fang Shishi had undoubtedly become the focus of discussion. Many people began to envy Tang Jing because he was too lucky to have Fang Shishi change classes for him. This special honor made many people cry out that the heavens were unfair. Why did they not have such a good thing? In addition, there were people who pointed out that Class 7 had 2 campus beauties. One was Tang Jing's official girlfriend, and the other was his rumored girlfriend. This seemed like there was going to be a good show to watch. It was easy to start a war between women, especially beautiful women. Moreover, there was a man between them, so this war was bound to break out. The good fortune of having multiple lovers was not so easy to enjoy. Many people harbored evil intentions and cursed in their hearts, waiting to watch a good show. The person involved did not care about other people's thoughts. This was because Tang Jing had already sat in the Fang family's car, preparing to attend the banquet. Was this a Hongmen banquet? Tang Jing did not know. In any case, even if it was not a Hongmen banquet, this banquet would not be easy. However, his mentality was very good, and he was not worried. He did not bring a gift because he was once again a pauper. He did not have the money to buy a gift. If he bought a worthless gift, then he would be laughed at by the other party. Therefore, he brought her along to the banquet like a hoodlum. You don't have to feel burdened. You have me. Fang Shishi tightly held his hand and comforted him. I don't have any burdens, Tang Jing casually said. Fang Shishi seriously looked at him and found that he was not lying. She could not help but tap his forehead and said, It seems like I was worried for nothing. Your heart is too big. Hee, this is called strategically valuing the opponent and tactically looking down on the opponent. You even raised it to a theoretical level. Glib tongue. Fang Shishi did not know whether to laugh or cry as she stared at him. When the car arrived, Fang Shishi held his hand and walked into the magnificent home. She changed her image of a good girl from before and seemed to want to use this method to declare her determination. Perhaps this was a counterattack to her mother's decision. When Shi Mengqin saw the two's intimate appearance, her originally unsightly expression dropped to the freezing point, and she almost went berserk. Fang Shishi acted as if she did not see her expression. She walked with Tang Jing in front of her parents and naturally said, Dad, Mom, this is Tang Jing. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Tang Jing courteously greeted. Shi Mengqin coldly snorted, not even giving him a friendly look. Fang Shishi unhappily pouted and then looked at her father. Fang Chongwa calmly nodded his head and said, Little Tang is here. Quickly sit down and rest. Fang Shishi was somewhat happy. Her father was indeed much better than her mother. She gave her father a sweet smile and pulled Tang Jing to sit down. Little Tang, how are your studies in school? Fang Chongwa amiably asked like an elder. Not bad, Tang Jing replied. Fang Chongwa smiled but did not say anything. He did not continue to ask this question. Little Tang, who else is in your family? My family only has me and grandfather. Fang Chongwa's smile increased by several degrees. Little Tang, what plans do you have for the future? For now I don't have any. The smile on Fang Chongwa's face was already very thick, and he did not ask any more questions. Little brat, this person is very cunning, Tian Chanzi suddenly said. Tang Jing was slightly startled and said, "Why do you say that? Did you not hear the hidden meaning behind his 3 questions?" Tang Jing's heart moved. These 3 seemingly simple questions actually contained a deeper meaning. The first question was about his studies. Tang Jing was ranked last in the entire school. This was something that Xi Mengqin must have already investigated. Fang Chonghua clearly knew the answer to this question. This was because he wanted to embarrass Tang Jing. The second question was about his family. Tang Jing's family was poor, and the difference between his family and the Fang family was like heaven and earth. This was another blow. The third question was about his plans for the future. Tang Jing honestly said that he only wanted to deal with the high school exam and quickly increase his cultivation. As for other things, he really did not consider them. The 3 questions advanced layer by layer. In reality, it was related to a person's soft and hard power. In the eyes of outsiders, Tang Jing did not have any strength, so when faced with these 3 questions, they would feel ashamed of their inferiority and retreat. However, what Fang Chonghua did not know was that Tang Jing was a cultivator. These 3 important questions were not worth mentioning to him. He was not ashamed of his inferiority because of these 3 questions, so he did not realize Fang Chonghua's intentions. But Heaven Monk was old and experienced. He saw through Fang Chonghua's thoughts with a single glance. Tang Jing originally had a good impression of Fang Chonghua, but after hearing Tian Chanzi's words, he understood that Fang Chonghua was much harder to deal with than Xi Mengqin. Xi Mengqin's dissatisfaction was expressed on her face, but Fang Chonghua did not show any expression. A smiling tiger. Fang Chonghua was a smiling tiger. Tang Jing could not help but feel a burst of helplessness. This really was a feast at Hongmen. Fang Shishir did not think that her father's questions would have such a deep meaning. She saw the smile on her father's face become wider and wider. Moreover, Tang Jing's behavior was polite and neither servile nor overbearing. She felt that this matter was settled. If I knew that father was so easy to talk to, I would have brought Tang Jing home earlier. After that, Fang Chonghua did not ask any more questions. Instead, he passionately urged Tang Jing to eat more. If not for the fact that Tang Jing already understood his intentions, he would have been deceived by his enthusiasm. After the meal, Fang Shishir passionately brought Tang Jing to tour her home. She was like a little angel. At this moment, she felt that happiness was so close that it was at her fingertips. Chapter 67. After Tang Jing left, Fang Shishir contentedly returned to her room to sleep. But in the other room, Xi Mengqin angrily looked at her husband and asked, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you talking and laughing with that little brat? Didn't we agree that we would make him back off?" Fang Chonghua shook his head and bitterly smiled. "If I were like you and gave him a cold face, what do you think our daughter would think? This can only push our daughter to him, which is not a wise move. Just wait and see. Although that brat is calm and collected as if nothing has happened, his heart must have undergone an earth-shattering change. He must have realized the difference between him and Shishir. Just realizing is not enough. This kind of person is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Our family's Shishir is so outstanding, even if he is thick-skinned he will not let her go," Xi Mengqin said worriedly. "Of course I still have a backup plan. I am already contacting a foreign university. After Shishir's high school exams, I will send her abroad. At that time, the 2 of them will naturally end up separated." Xi Mengqin's eyes lit up as she said, "This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of this idea? You only thought of using violence to stop him. How could you not use your brain? All right, in our family you are the smart one. Since you are smart, then what exactly happened at school today?" Xi Mengqin suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows. Fang Chonghua's face sank as he said, "Just now Shishir already told me what happened at school. This is purely the Qiao family's crazy people. Hun, they dare to slander my daughter. I will not let them off so easily. Right, slandering Shishir in front of so many people. Their family's Qiao Fei is a golden lump, but is our family's Shishir not a treasure? We must get an explanation." You do not need to worry about this matter. In this period of time, you just need to take care of Sure. But do not be too hasty, otherwise it will cause her to retaliate. Sure, this little brat looks weak, but in reality she has her own opinions. Moreover, she is also a little stubborn. Following her will result in unexpected results. Fang Chongwa warned. The Qiao family was brightly lit. Madame Qiao had already returned home, so Deng Maokai naturally did not dare to do anything to her. In the end, he carefully sent her home. However, she was so angry that she couldn't take it out on Deng Maokai. Another piece of news made her even angrier. A student told her a piece of news that made her flabbergasted. Last night, Xiao Fei actually wanted to make a move on the pretty girl who had just transferred to another class. This piece of information was too crucial. Originally, she had only thought that this matter was related to Fang Sure. After all, there was no direct evidence. But this news was indirect evidence. She knew her son's style very well, but she didn't think that this was a bad thing. It wasn't a bad thing for a boy to be romantic. Moreover, Xiao Fei had the capital to be romantic. She even thought that it was a girl's fortune to be liked by Xiao Fei. However, this girl's background was not simple. She was actually the daughter of the Fang clan. The Fang clan and the Qiao clan's strength were on par. If this matter were to be made public, the two clans would definitely become sworn enemies. That student also provided an important piece of information. The boy by Fang Shurshu's side was her boyfriend. Moreover, he was skilled. Qiao Fei definitely suffered under his hands. Madame Qiao could almost imagine the scene at that time. Qiao Fei's actions were somehow discovered by Tang Jing, and then Qiao Fei was beaten into this state. Son, I definitely won't let the murderer get away with it. I can't do anything to that little hussy, but can I deal with a poor student with no background? I want this poor student to disappear from this world. What's the use of you being able to fight? A single bullet is enough to get rid of you. Spending money to buy a life was not a difficult matter for the rich. There were too many fugitives who would do such a thing as long as you could afford it. Of course, the Qiao clan could afford it, no matter how much it was. In the next 2 days, Tang Zheng's life was very simple. During the day, he attended classes, and during the night, he carefully dealt with Lu Qimei, not letting her discover any more secrets. But the more he was like this, the more curious Lu Qimei became. But she was not impatient, and prepared to slowly break through Tang Zheng's city. Tonight, he asked for leave again. Because 5 days had already passed, he had to think of a way to pay for his school fees. 100,000 yuan was not a small amount. He could not practice martial arts, nor could he gamble, so he could only use other methods. Although he had a lot of skills, he could not exchange them for money. But after thinking about it, he still found a way to earn money. Selling medicine. Yes, he wanted to sell the life-continuing pill. The life-continuing pill was incomparably precious, but in Tang Zheng's eyes, he did not need it for the time being. It was useless, so why not use it? But the life-continuing pill was too mysterious. Would other people believe it? He did not have 100% confidence. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In this world, there are many rich people who are afraid of death. There will always be people who are willing to give it a try. As night fell, Tang Jing wore a large hat and covered himself up tightly as he sat near the entrance of the hospital. In front of him was a piece of paper with 3 large words written on it: Life-continuing pill, 200,000. 200,000 yuan to buy 10 years of life. It was a profit for the other party, but Tang Jing did not dare to ask for too high a price. He was afraid that he would scare away the customers. But when he sat on a small stool with this piece of paper in front of him, he still attracted many strange gazes. Life-continuing pill? F***ck, these Jianghu scammers don't even have a draft when bragging. Someone mocked. Tang Zheng's expression did not change. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he did not hear anything. He muttered to himself, giving off the feeling of a Jianghu scammer. 200,000 yuan? Why don't you go rob a bank? No need to look, This is definitely a scam. The crowd discussed animatedly. Not long after, they dispersed. Afterwards, several people came over to take a look. Then they all shook their heads and walked away. A middle-aged man who was also sitting on a small stool with bottles and jars in front of him finally could not bear to watch any longer. He reminded, "Brother, you won't be able to cheat money like this. Although there are many patients in front of the hospital and there are ample resources, but after all, people nowadays are not idiots. You see, I sold a lot of the medicine for STD and syphilis because it is trustworthy. This life-continuing pill, TSK, is too unreliable. You are bragging too much. It seems like you are still not skilled enough. Maybe your master did not pass down his true skills to you." Tang Jing looked at him and did not comment. He was not a Jianghu scammer. You are the real Jianghu scammer. Brother, I advise you not to set it up today. Come back tomorrow with a different set of clothes. Even if you want to cheat, this is not the way to do it. That person earnestly advised. Those who are willing will take the bait, Tang Jing lightly said. F***ck, everyone is not an idiot. Moreover, even an idiot would not believe this. That person did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and thought that this brother must have gone crazy thinking about money. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of feet appeared in front of Tang Jing. This pair of feet was wearing black stockings. The feet were very slender and well proportioned. A pair of beautiful feet. Life-continuing pill, can it really continue one's life? A charming voice asked. Just listening to this voice would make one's bones go soft. The scammer swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he thought that there really was an idiot who took the bait. He hurriedly raised his head to look, and saw a charming young woman staring straight at the three words. Life-continuing pill. Beauty. Top-grade beauty young woman. Not only was this young woman beautiful, but her entire body emitted a mature charm that made people's hearts beat faster. The scammer could not help but stare at her in a daze. The beauty did not pay attention to the scammer's gaze. Instead, she continued to stare at the three words as if the three words had a magical power. Tang Jing said that this woman was really beautiful. He had seen several beautiful women before, but compared to them, they all had their own merits. Life-continuing pill, of course it can continue one's life. Tang Jing's reply was resolute and decisive. Suddenly she shook her head and bitterly smiled. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable loneliness and pain. She muttered to herself, I actually believed in this kind of Jianghu scam. I really am an idiot. This is not a Jianghu scam. This is a genuine life-continuing pill. Tang Jing corrected her. Her gaze finally fell on Tang Jing. He was wrapped up tightly and was even more of a Jianghu scammer than a Jianghu scammer. The life-continuing pill was too precious. Tang Jing understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This time he urgently needed money, but he did not want to reveal his identity and cause unnecessary trouble. She was originally prepared to leave, but when she heard Tang Jing's words, she stopped. A voice in her heart shouted, You have already tried so many methods, why don't you try one more? But this is clearly a Jianghu scam. How could there be a life-continuing pill in this world? Another voice argued. What if? If this is true, then it can save Nana's life. Thinking of Nana, her heart felt like it was being ruthlessly cut by a knife. It was a heart-wrenching pain. For Nana's sake, I will try one more time. Holding on to this hope, she squatted down. Tang Dang's eyes lit up. The people in front of him had all left after ridiculing him, but only she had asked so many questions. Moreover, from her words, it was clear that she urgently needed the life-continuing pill. Business is here. Seeing her squat down, Tang Jing was certain that the other party had the intention of buying. Tang Jing had finally found someone willing to take the bait, so of course he would not let her go. Your life-continuing pill costs 200,000? She asked. Yes, not a single cent less. What if you are a scammer? I already said that I am not a scammer. Would a scammer call himself a scammer? Moreover, this is the first time we have met, So how could I completely trust you? Then this business can't be done. Tang Jing understood the principle of loosening the reins only to grasp them better, so he instinctively refused. Do as you wish. Seeing Tang Jing so calm, she could not help but secretly laugh. Are all scammers this confident these days? I only have $20,000 on me. If you are not a scammer, then I will pay you the other $180,000, she said. Tang Jing had originally planned on doing a one-time deal, but the other party unexpectedly did not have enough money. The real scammer on the side stared with wide eyes. Fuck, this can also be scammed, and it was even $20,000. Are people this easy to scam these days? Chapter 68. Seeing Tang Jing hesitate, the young woman stood up and said, Since you don't agree, then let's forget about it. No, I agree. I'll sell it to you. Tonight I'll pay you a deposit of $20,000. Once the effect is seen, I'll pay you the remaining $180,000. Tang Jing did not have the confidence to wait for the next customer. The young woman saw Tang Gang's anxious appearance and hesitated. His performance was like a swindler, but she still held on to a sliver of hope. When will your life-continuing pill take effect? Take it tonight and you'll see the effect, Tang Jing confidently said. So tomorrow night at this time you can bring the rest of the money to me. These words made the swindler to the side dumbstruck. He thought to himself, I thought this brother's skills weren't good enough, but it turns out he's a true swindler. These words were said so confidently as if he himself believed it. What was the highest level of swindling? That was to first deceive oneself. In this swindler's eyes, Tang Jing clearly belonged to this level of expert. The young woman took out $20,000 in cash from her bag, and Tang Jing took out a porcelain bottle containing a life-continuing pill. After the money and goods were settled, Tang Jing did not forget to warn. Give this life-continuing pill to the patient. After sleeping for a while it will take effect. The young woman faintly sighed as if she felt her actions were a bit ridiculous. She did not turn around and walked away. Tang Jing put the $20,000 in his pocket. This woman did not look like someone who would go back on her words. Tomorrow night she should send the money over. Aya, this is bad. What if she doesn't send the money over? He really should have left her a way to contact him. Just now he was only thinking about selling the pill and neglected such a crucial point. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. In the future I'll follow you. The swindler grabbed Tang Jing's arm as if he had found a great treasure and said with incomparable excitement. Tang Jing stared blankly for a moment. He immediately understood that the other party thought he was a swindler. He bitterly smiled and explained, I'm really not a swindler. That's right. Senior, you're not a swindler. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. I'll do anything for you. Tang Jing really didn't have the mood to tangle with the swindler. He flung his sleeves and said, You've got the wrong person. Then he quickly slipped away, leaving the swindler stamping his feet in regret. Mu Hongyan walked to the door and shook her head with a bitter smile. She really was too naive tonight. She actually believed the words of a Jianghu swindler and spent 20,000 yuan to buy some life-continuing pill. She took out the porcelain bottle and carefully examined it. The quality of the porcelain bottle was very poor. It was just a street vendor. It was not compatible with a heaven-defying item like the life-continuing pill. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that she had been cheated. Forget it. If I was tricked, then I was tricked. At least he gave me a glimmer of hope. She opened the door and heard a fairy-like voice. Mom, you're back. A little girl rushed over and threw herself into her arms like a fairy. Nana, don't run so fast. It's easy to get tired. She hugged her daughter and lovingly said, Hee hee, Nana won't be tired when she sees Mom. The little girl said in a childish voice. This was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade, just like a doll. But her face was very white. It was abnormally white, and could even be said to be deathly pale. Her complexion was clearly not good, and showed that she was in an unhealthy state. Mu Hongyan hugged her daughter and said, It's already so late, and you're still not sleeping. Didn't I tell you to sleep early and wake up early? Nana misses Mom. Nana wants to see Mom before going to sleep. Nana is afraid that if she doesn't wake up, she won't be able to see Mom again. Nana hugged her mom's neck and affectionately said. When Mu Hongyan heard this, tears immediately flowed down as she said, Nana, don't be afraid. Nana won't not wake up. Nana will always be fine. Mom, don't cry. You won't be obedient when you cry. Mom said that good children won't cry. Nana is a good child, so I won't cry. Mom is also a good child, so Mom shouldn't cry, Nana said as she wiped her tears with her tender little hands. Mu Hongyan choked with sobs as she nodded her head. And Nana is a good child. Mom is also a good child. Mom won't cry, won't cry. But the tears still flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Madam, don't be sad. Heaven helps the worthy. Nana is so obedient and so cute. There will definitely be a way. The servant Mother Wu walked over and comforted her with red eyes. And Nana will definitely get better, Mu Hongyan said, but she didn't dare to believe the truth of her words. Mother Wu, take Nana to rest. No, I want to stay with Mom for a while. Nana likes to be with Mom the most. Nana intimately leaned her head on her shoulder. Okay, then stay with Mom for a while. Then go to sleep. Okay. Mom, what's that in your hand? It smells so good and looks delicious. Nana suddenly pointed at the porcelain bottle in Mu Hongyan's hand and said, This is nothing. But it smells so good. Is there something delicious inside? Smells good? Mu Hongyan had a face of suspicion. You really smell it? That's right, it really smells good. There must be something delicious inside, right? Nana is very smart, so she must have guessed right. Nana clapped her little hands and said excitedly. Mu Hongyan was confused. She didn't smell any fragrance, so how could Nana smell it? Nana, sit for a bit. She placed her daughter on the sofa and then walked to the side with Mother Wu. Mother Wu, do you smell the fragrance inside the porcelain bottle? Madam, I don't smell anything. What is inside? Mother Wu asked in a strange voice. Mother Wu, you go rest first. I'll take care of Nana to sleep later. Okay, madam. You should also rest early. Mu Hongyan stared at the porcelain bottle in a daze. A ridiculous thought appeared in her heart. Could it be that person wasn't a swindler, and there really was a life-continuing pill inside? But why didn't Mother Wu and I smell anything, but Nana smelled the fragrance? She couldn't figure it out. Mother, what are you doing? Did you eat something delicious by yourself? Can Nana eat it? Nana also wants to eat, Nana pitifully said. Mother is here. Mother didn't eat anything delicious. Mu Hongyan walked over to her daughter's side with mixed feelings. Nana, there is something inside. Do you want to eat it? Nana heavily nodded her head. She licked her lips and impatiently said, Nana wants to eat it. Such a fragrant thing must be delicious. Mu Hongyan hesitated. Should she give it to her to eat or not? Nana only has a month to live. Even if you don't give it to her, after a month, she will leave this world. But what if this is poison? What if something happens to Nana after eating it? Even if a scammer's medicine is fake, they wouldn't dare to make it poisonous. Otherwise, if someone eats it, it would cause a lot of trouble. Perhaps this isn't some life-continuing pill, but it definitely isn't poison. But if something really happens to Nana after eating it, I definitely won't let that scammer off. Her eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. There was actually a kind of pressure that came from her. Nana, since you want to eat it, then Mother will give it to you. Mu Hongyan poured the life-continuing pill into her palm. It was sparkling and translucent, just like a pearl. Her eyes lit up. This appearance was very good. Wow, it's really fragrant. I want to eat it, I want to eat it. Nana impatiently grabbed the life-continuing pill and directly put it into her mouth. Mu Hongyan stared at Nana, afraid that she would have a bad reaction. But she saw that Nana seemed to be enjoying it. She stretched her waist and smacked her lips, saying, Delicious, it's really delicious. She looked as if she hadn't had enough. Nana, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No, Nana is very comfortable. I feel like my whole body is warm. You feel warm? Mu Hongyan asked in disbelief. Nana had a special body since she was young. Her body was basically ice cold and rarely felt warm. But after eating this life-continuing pill, she immediately felt warm. How could this not shock her? That's right, Nana has never felt this warm before. Nana is very sleepy and wants to sleep, Nana said with a yawn. Okay, Mother will carry you to sleep. Mu Hongyan carried her daughter into the bedroom, but found that Nana had already fallen asleep in her arms. She was so quiet that she looked like a little angel. Nana is really going to be better. The life-continuing pill is actually real. That person isn't a scammer, but a genius doctor. She felt that she was too lucky. Just when she was about to lose all hope, she met a genius doctor. Moreover, she almost missed it, and almost made a mistake that she would regret for the rest of her life. God bless me, God bless me. She clasped her hands together, and finally revealed a relieved smile. In these years, she rarely smiled, but when she smiled, she looked very beautiful. The genius doctor said that he would see the results in one night. Tonight, I will guard Nana by her side. There must not be any accidents. She carefully guarded her little angel. She saw that Nana's breathing was steady, and unknowingly, a healthy red flush appeared on her pale face. The sickly feeling in her body was slowly disappearing. Mu Hongyan opened her eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single detail. She wanted to firmly engrave this moment of her daughter's transformation in her heart. Because this was her happiest moment, and also Nana's most important moment. That night, Mu Hongyan's eyes rarely blinked. When the sky brightened, the sunlight shined in from the window and shined on Nana's rosy face. She looked like she was bathing in the holy light of Buddha. Suddenly, Nana opened her eyes and sweetly smiled. Mu Hongyan's heart almost melted. Nana's smile dispelled the haze in her heart for so many years. She also smiled from the bottom of her heart. Mother, you look very beautiful when you smile. Nana, you look even better when you smile. Then in the future, Nana has to smile more. That way, Mother will smile even more. Nana likes to see Mother smile. And Mother will smile more in the future. You have to smile happily. Mu Hongyan hugged Nana and tightly hugged her. Chapter 69. Tang Jing had been worrying all day about whether he would receive the rest of the money tonight. If the other party really treated him as a swindler and did not give the patient the life-continuing pill, or if the patient took the life-continuing pill but did not want to give the rest of the money, then he would really want to cry, but no tears would come out. Why was I so stupid? I should have asked for the other party's contact information yesterday. He blamed himself. Forget it. If I really can't get the money back, then I can only think of another way. But tomorrow is the deadline. I don't know where he will go to find a way to get the remaining $80,000. A single cent stumped a hero. As night fell, Tang Jing wore a hat and wrapped himself up tightly as he walked towards the hospital. Suddenly, the figure of the young woman from last night jumped into his eyes, only to see her standing in front of Tang Jing's stall yesterday, looking around anxiously waiting. The passers-by would occasionally look at her, because she was simply too dazzling. Tang Jing then realized that other than being mature and charming, she was also emitting a noble aura, causing people to respect her. But this time, she was not alone. She was holding the hand of a little girl carved out of jade. That little girl seemed to have walked out of a fairy tale, causing Tang Jing to like her at first sight. When Mu Hongyan saw Tang Jing, she was so surprised that she almost shouted, "Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency." But when she thought about her attitude towards the godly doctor last night, she realized that she was too rude. She actually doubted the godly doctor and did not even give enough money. The godly doctor had a strong self-esteem. If her actions hurt the godly doctor's self-esteem, and if the godly doctor did not appear today, then she would really regret it to death. So when she saw Tang Jing appear at this moment, her surprise was so strong, and it was accompanied by a strong feeling of gratitude. She held her daughter's hand and quickly walked towards Tang Jing, respectfully saying, "Godly doctor, I finally see you again, thank you for saving Nana." As she spoke, she actually wanted to kneel down in front of Tang Jing. This scene really attracted the attention of many people. Many people looked at this strange scene. This beautiful young woman was actually kneeling down like a guy wrapped up tightly. What kind of drama was this? Tang Jing hurriedly pulled her hand to stop her. Her hand was very soft and delicate, just like the world's best jade. "Absolutely not. I am truly grateful to the godly doctor. Godly doctor, please accept my bow. This is the only way to express my gratitude," Mu Hongyan excitedly said. In her entire life, other than her parents, she had never knelt to anyone else. This time, she sincerely knelt. In her heart, Tang Jing was a highly respected godly doctor. This level of godly doctor was obviously an old man, so it was equivalent to kneeling to an elder. "There's really no need. If you continue like this, I'm going to leave," Tang Jing said helplessly. "All right then. The godly doctor's benevolence and righteousness is truly admirable." Tang Jing was puzzled. When did I become benevolent and righteous? I only sold a life-continuing pill. However, he was happy to see the young woman like this. This meant that the life-continuing pill was effective. His money was no longer a problem. "Mommy, who is he?" Nanan stared with her black eyes and curiously asked. "He is Grandpa Godly Doctor." "Nana, quickly say hello to Grandpa Godly Doctor," Mu Hongyan said. Cough cough. Tang Jing almost choked on his saliva. Grandpa Godly Doctor, was he really that old? "Grandpa Godly Doctor, what's wrong?" Nana asked. "Nothing, don't call me Grandpa Godly Doctor. But Mommy told me to call you Grandpa Godly Doctor. Good children should listen to Mommy," Nana said seriously. Actually, I'm not that old." "Oh, then I'll call you Grandpa Godly Doctor," Nana said with a smile. "Nana, don't be rude." Mu Hongyan hurriedly stopped him. "Senior, she's just a child. I hope you don't mind." "It's nothing, I think it's good to call you Grandpa." "Eh?" Mu Hongyan was dumbstruck. She thought, could it be that Grandpa Godly Doctor has a child's heart? "Grandpa Godly Doctor, this junior has not introduced myself. This junior is called Mu Hongyan. It's my good fortune to be able to meet such an expert like Senior. Senior, the wind is strong here. Can we find a place to sit?" Mu Hongyan carefully suggested. Tang Jing originally planned to take the money and leave. He did not expect the other party to make such a request. "Grandpa Godly Doctor, can we find a place to sit? Nana wants to stay with you for a while." Nana looked up at him with her pink face and blinked her eyes. Looking at this girl who was carved from jade, he could not bear to refuse. He nodded his head in agreement. Nana happily clapped her hands and said, "Grandpa Godly Doctor is too good. Grandpa Godly Doctor is a good person." Looking at her pure and cute appearance, Tang Jing felt incomparably happy. He smiled and said, "You're called Nana, right?" "That's right. What's Grandpa Godly Doctor's name?" "Nana, you can't be so rude as to ask for Senior's name." Nana seemed to understand and said, "Oh, then Nana won't ask." "Grandpa Godly Doctor, can we go to the tea house over there?" Mu Hongyan asked. Tang Jing nodded and the few of them walked towards the tea house. Suddenly, Tang Jing felt his hand being held by a small hand. Nana's left hand was holding her mother's hand and her right hand was holding Tang Jing's. Her face was brimming with a satisfied smile. Mu Hongyan was frightened by Nana's actions. She seemed to be afraid that she would make Tang Jing unhappy. She hurriedly apologized. "Grandpa Godly Doctor, Nana is still young, so a child's temperament." Tang Jing waved his hand and said, "It's no matter." Mu Hongyan let out a long sigh of relief. He was indeed a highly respected senior. His breadth of mind was not something an ordinary person could compare to. However, the three of them were indeed a strange combination. Tang Jing was wrapped up tightly, while Mu Hongyan and Nana were like people who walked out of a story. It was hard not to attract attention. However, the three of them were not ordinary people. They ignored the fiery gazes around them. Seeing Tang Deng's extraordinary bearing, Mu Hongyan was even more convinced. Mu Hongyan ordered a pot of good tea and personally brewed it for Tang Jing. Tang Jing took a sip. Seeing that the other party did not mention the matter of money, he could not help but feel anxious. However, if he were to immediately mention money, especially in front of Nana, he felt that he could not bring himself to say it. Senior, if I offended you yesterday, I will use tea in place of wine to apologize to Senior. You did not offend me. That is human nature. You don't need to be like this. After being called Senior by her, Tang Jing felt as if he had aged several years. His whole body felt uneasy. You don't need to be so reserved. You make it seem like I am very narrow-minded, Tang Jing generously said. Seeing that Tang Jing did not care about these unnecessary formalities, she did not continue to pursue this issue and said, Last night when I went back, I gave Nana a life-continuing pill. The effects were very good. When she woke up this morning, she underwent a heaven-shaking change. Mother, is the life-continuing pill the very fragrant and delicious pill I ate yesterday? Nana curiously asked. Yes, that pill was given to me by Senior Godly Doctor. Wah, Brother Godly Doctor, you are too good. That was the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Moreover, after eating it, I felt that my body felt warm and very comfortable. Tang Jing nodded and said with a faint smile, It's good that you like it. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. He did not think that such a young girl would have such a difficult life that she would need to use the life-continuing pill. Senior, I have a few questions that I would like to ask you. I wonder if Senior can give me a few pointers? As long as it is convenient, I will do my best to tell you. That life-continuing pill is very mysterious. But why is it that Nana can smell its fragrance, and no one else can? Tang Jing had already noticed this point when he heard her explanation. When the life-continuing pill was first refined, it would release a strange fragrance. But after that, the fragrance would be restrained. Even Tang Jing could not smell it, so how could this little girl smell it? I am also not clear, Tang Jing honestly said. Mu Hongyan was slightly disappointed. She did not think that Tang Jing did not know the reason. It should be because it was a secret that he could not reveal. So, she changed the question that she was most concerned about. Senior Godly Doctor, will Nana be completely fine from now on? This time, Tang Jing was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he stared at Nana. Nana also stared at him with her large eyes. Occasionally, she would mischievously stick out her tongue. Tang Jing's eyebrows gradually knit together. He shook his head and said, No. Mu Hongyan originally thought that Nana was completely fine. She did not think that she would be happy for nothing. She felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her face became pale as she said, Senior, isn't this the life-continuing pill? How could Nana still be fine? Tang Jing refined the life-continuing pill to save his grandfather. His grandfather was already very old. If he could live for another 10 years, then to Tang Jing, it would be a very precious thing. However, 10 years was not enough for Nanan, who was only 4 or 5 years old. 10 years later, she would only be in her teens. At that time, the premature death of a young girl in the prime of her youth would bring even greater pain to her family. Listen to me. This life-continuing pill can only extend a person's lifespan by 10 years. It cannot extend a person's lifespan by 100 years. Do you understand? 10 years of lifespan? Only 10 years? The teacup in Mu Hongyan's hand fell and the tea splashed all over the table. She could not imagine what it would be like to lose Nana 10 years later. She simply could not accept this kind of thing. Moreover, Nana's problem is not as simple as you think. The life-continuing pill can extend her lifespan by 10 years, but in these 10 years, her body will be tortured. Tang Jing's tone changed and became gloomy. Tortured? Mu Hongyan was dumbstruck. She felt that she had been happy too early. The situation had far surpassed her imagination. What torture? Nana is still a child. These past few years, she has already suffered a lot. She is still a child, so this kind of suffering should not happen to her. Nana's hands held her little face as she blankly looked at the two people. She did not really understand what the adults were saying. She seemed to understand and said, "Mommy, Nana is not afraid of suffering. As long as I can be by Mommy's side, Nana is not afraid of suffering. Even if Nana suffers too much, she is not afraid." Her face was filled with determination, just like a little adult. Chapter 70. Tang Jing calmed his heart and asked, "Can you tell me about Nana's condition?" Mu Hongyan was originally in despair, but this sentence seemed to give her a glimmer of hope. She did not care about being sad and hurriedly said, "Nana has been weak and sickly since birth. Her body temperature is not high, and as she grows older, her body temperature is getting lower and lower. A while ago, it directly became ice cold. In addition, every once in a while, she will have an attack." "What are the symptoms of the attack?" "After the attack, she will fall asleep. At first, she will fall asleep for a day, then 2 days, 3 days, and now she has been asleep for almost a week. The doctor said that the next attack may cause her to fall asleep and never wake up again." Mu Hongyan said in pain. "Nana does not like to sleep at all," Nana said with a pout. "And Nana does not need to be afraid of sleeping now. Nana is already better." Mu Hongyan hurriedly comforted. Nana beamed with joy and said, "That's right. After eating Brother Godly Doctor's pill, Nana will be better." Tang Jing had never heard of this condition before. It sounded very strange, but he seemed to have found the reason. Because the longer he interacted with Nana, the clearer he felt the aura on her body, evil qi. How could an innocent and naive little girl possess evil aura? Her illness was most likely caused by this evil qi. But he did not expect that this evil qi came from the mother's womb. This meant that something must have happened when the mother was pregnant. "Senior Godly Doctor, you must have a way to save Nana, right?" Mu Hongyan asked nervously, afraid that Tang Jing would give a negative answer. "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed." Tang Jing did not guarantee anything. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation, so he was not clear about the specific situation. "Senior, you can definitely do it. I believe in you. You are Nana's only hope, and also her last hope. I'll do my best. But I still want to ask you a question. Did anything strange happen when you were pregnant?" "Strange?" Mu Hongyan was confused. "Obviously, I don't know what Tang Jing is referring to. Just some strange things, or things that can't be explained by common sense." Hearing Senior's words, there is indeed something strange. "When I was pregnant, I fainted outside for no reason. Later, the doctor deduced that it might be because of hypoglycemia, but I clearly don't have hypoglycemia. However, it never happened again, so I didn't think much about it." Mu Hongyan recalled for a long time and said, "How did you feel when you woke up?" "I don't feel anything special. I just feel a little cold. I thought it was because I caught a cold in the wind." Tang Geng's heart moved. The evil energy most likely entered her body at that time, but it did not remain in her body. Instead, it passed into the baby's body. Seeing Tang Jing suddenly asked about this matter, Mu Hongyan was not an idiot. She immediately thought of a possibility and cried out in alarm. "Senior is saying that Nana's illness is related to my fainting at that time?" "It should be." The pain on Mu Hongyan's face became more intense. It turned out that her daughter had suffered all these years because of her. This was something that any mother would feel incomparably pained to know. How could this be? Why did Nana have to suffer so much? Why wasn't I the one who suffered? Seeing that she had sunk into deep self-blame, Tang Jing hurriedly advised, "This is not your fault." "No, it is my fault." Tang Jing firmly shook his head and said, "This really is not your fault. Because that person wanted to harm Nana." "Harm Nana? But at that time Nana was not even born yet. Why would someone want to harm her?" "I don't know about this, but the person who did this is not simple," Tang Jing thoughtfully said. This evil energy had entered the baby's body from the mother's body. This was not within the scope of martial arts, but rather a magic technique. Little brat, you have some insight, Tian Chanzi suddenly said. I have always had good insight, okay. Humph, I just praise you and you're so cocky. This little girl has been cursed by someone else. Cursed? What kind of magic technique is that? This is a sinister and vicious magic technique. Normally, only evil people like the demon race would use it. The curse lasts for a long time and is very secretive. The caster deliberately wanted to use this method to torture this little girl to death. So vicious! Tang Jing looked at Nana's innocent and naive appearance, but she had been harmed by this kind of magic technique. He could not help but fly into a rage. The demon race has many more vicious magic techniques. You will know when you see them in the future, Tian Chanzi said, not surprised. Then is there any way to get rid of this curse? Tang Jing quickly asked. The curse is not so easy to get rid of. If you don't pay attention, the person who has been cursed will die. I am asking you if you have a way. I am not asking you to be an alarmist here. What a joke. How could I not have a way? I am telling you the danger of the curse. Then with my current strength, can I do it? Originally you couldn't do it. But this time the caster's skill is not very good, so you can do it. Tang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. His previous decision was to help Nana. This little girl was too lovable. He did not want her to die in 10 years. After the curse is broken, her lifespan can be extended. That is natural. Moreover, she has already eaten the life-continuing pill. It will be a blessing in disguise. She will get more benefits than the average person, Tian Chanzi said. Senior, when will you treat Nana? What medical equipment do you need? I will arrange it for you. Mu Hongyan stopped blaming herself and asked impatiently. I don't need any other equipment. I just need a quiet environment. Is home okay? As long as it is not noisy. It will definitely not be noisy, Mu Hongyan promised. Senior, this time you saved our family's Nana. I don't know how to thank you. You already paid yesterday. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Yesterday's payment was saved on this card. The password is the last 6 digits of the card. Mu Hongyan weighed the pros and cons for a long time today. In the end, she still deposited 500,000 into the card. Nana's life was priceless. If she only gave her 180,000, she would feel bad. So she deposited 500,000. This amount was not too much, and not too little. It was just enough to express her gratitude. But after hearing Tang Jing's words today, she had a new idea. Originally, Tang Jing could have just taken the money and left. There was no need to mention the problem with Nana's body. But he did so and also promised to treat Nana. This made her feel even better about Tang Jing. She respected him even more. She decided to go back and deposit 480,000 into the card to make up 1 million. Tang Jing finally got the money and let out a sigh of relief. He really did not misjudge the person. Senior, when can we start the treatment? Mu Hongyan asked expectantly. Of course, the sooner the better. I also don't want to see Nana suffer, Tang Jing said. These words undoubtedly touched Mu Hongyan's heart. She was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Senior. Can we do it tonight? Yes. Tang Jing's time at night was very tight. These 2 days he asked for leave from Lu Qingmei with great difficulty. If he asked for leave again, she would go crazy. Then let's go home. She paid the bill and then left the tea house in a hurry. She walked towards the parking lot. Nana seemed to like being with Tang Jing very much. She always held Mu Hongyan in one hand and Tang Jing in the other. In other people's eyes, they seemed to be a warm family. Although this family's dressing and temperament did not match. Mu Hongyan's car was parked in the parking lot not far away. They just had to cross the road to get there. The green light turned green. The 3 of them walked on the sidewalk. At this time, it was already dark, so there were not many people. Suddenly, a car sped up but did not stop. Instead, it sped up and rushed towards the 3 of them. Ah! When other people saw this scene, they screamed. Tang Jing discovered the danger and reacted almost instantly. His left hand grabbed Nana in his arms. His right hand grabbed Mu Hongyan's hand and quickly retreated. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing Tang Jing's heartstrings to fiercely tremble. He was far too sensitive to gunshots, so at the same time the gunshot rang out, he shouted and got down. He had already pushed Mu Hongyan and Nanan under him. Kacha! A window on the side of the street was shattered by a bullet. The crowd finally reacted and screamed. Tang Jing turned his head and saw that the speeding car had stopped. A hand holding a gun stretched out. The black muzzle was aimed at Tang Jing's direction. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out. If Tang Jing was alone, he would have many ways to deal with it, but he had two people under him, one big and one small, so he did not dare to be negligent. He carried the two people and quickly retreated, almost brushing past the bullets as he hid behind a wall. The bullets chased after him, splashing dust on the ground. Are you guys okay? Tang Jing looked down at the two people in his arms and asked anxiously. Nana is fine. Brother Miracle Doctor's arms are so warm and comfortable. Nana was not aware of the danger at all. Instead, she smiled contentedly. Mu Hongyan's face did not show any fear. Instead, it was angry. Yes, very angry. This gunman seems to be targeting us. Tang Jing could clearly feel the other party's murderous aura. However, he did not know if this murderous aura was targeted at him or the mother and daughter pair. Although Tang Jing did not know much about Mu Hongyan and her mother, but since they were able to make the Devil Clan attack them, it meant that the other party's identity was not ordinary. In any case, up until now, Tang Jing had only met martial artists. He had never met anyone who knew magic. Therefore, he could not rule out the possibility that the gunman's target was the mother and daughter pair. The vengeful spirit won't disperse. That year he harmed Nana and now he wants to harm us. Does he really think that us mother and daughter are at his mercy? Mu Hongyan was flustered and exasperated. She said with a red face. Chapter 71. When a woman was angry, she would be very scary. The more beautiful a woman was, the scarier she would be when she was angry. Mu Hongyan was an extremely beautiful woman, so she would be very scary when she was angry. Tang Jing felt the murderous aura on her body and thought that she was a hidden master. He was looking forward to her making a move. But she did not make a move because she did not know martial arts. Not knowing martial arts did not mean that a person was not a threat. Mu Hongyan shouted into the dark night. Catch him! Tang Jing heard a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! That car shot out like an arrow from a bow. Then, a few more cars rushed out of the night and chased after it. Tang Jing saw it clearly and immediately had a clearer understanding of Mu Hongyan's strength. She actually had bodyguards accompanying her, and more than one. Judging from their skills, they were all martial artists. People with such extravagance and ordinary balance were definitely not simple. Who is she? This question popped up in his mind, but he found that no matter how hard he thought, he could not find any answer. Since that was the case, he would not think about it. Senior, can you let go of me? Mu Hongyan calmed down and found that her position with Tang Jing was very ambiguous. The two of them were tightly pressed together and could feel each other's body temperature. Tang Jing could even feel the softness of her chest. It was so ecstatic. Tang Jing quickly let go of her and explained awkwardly. I was in a hurry just now, so I'm sorry. It's okay. Senior, I'm really sorry that you were implicated and frightened this time. If you need to rest, we can treat you next time. No need, treatment is more important. These criminals are really too rampant. They dare to commit crimes openly on the street. Yes, but this person can't run away. As long as we catch him, the truth will come to light. The two of them successfully got into Mu Hongyan's Volvo S80. This time, there were no gunmen. Tang Jing and Nana sat together in the back row. Nana snuggled up to Tang Jing with her small eyes slightly closed. She looked like she was enjoying herself. Mu Hongyan saw this scene from the rearview mirror and was secretly surprised. Why was Nana so clingy to him? It was as if he had a magical power, which was not like Nana's character. Nana was shy with strangers and would not be so close to strangers. However, she and Tang Jing seemed to have a natural tacit understanding. The two of them did not have the strange feeling of having just met each other. Nana is able to get along well with Senior. This is also her opportunity, Mu Hongyan silently thought. She didn't say anything, giving this adult and child some space to interact. When they got out of the car at home, Nana was still holding Tang Jing's hand reluctantly. In the end, the three of them went upstairs hand in hand. Senior Godly Doctor, please come in, Mu Hongyan warmly greeted. Brother Godly Doctor, quickly come and sit. Nana will give you a toy to play with, Nana said as she stuffed her doll into Tang Jing's arms. Tang Jing rubbed her head and said with a smile, Nana is so obedient. Mother Wu saw that there were guests in the house and hurriedly came out to welcome them. She just happened to see this scene and was shocked beyond words. Mother Wu, quickly boil some water and make tea for our guests, Mu Hongyan instructed. Mother Wu suspiciously entered the kitchen and looked back at Tang Jing from time to time. However, when she saw Mu Hongyan's respectful attitude towards Tang Jing, she couldn't help but guess where this person came from. Senior, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go make tea for you. No need, we can start right away. No, Senior, why don't you rest for a while? With so many things happening tonight, it really gives me a headache. She lifted her hair and rubbed her temples, looking extremely flirtatious. Nana's father isn't home? Tang Jing looked around and didn't find any trace of a man, so he casually asked. Mu Hongyan's face darkened as she said, He passed away a few years ago. I'm sorry. Tang Jing quickly apologized. It's already in the past. Senior, you don't need to worry about it. Mu Hongyan entered the kitchen and made a cup of tea for Tang Jing and respectfully brought it out. This scene made Mother Wu's jaw drop. She had never seen Mu Hongyan be so respectful to anyone. She couldn't help but be curious about Tang Jing. Just what kind of divine being was he that he could make her madam be so humble? I've rested enough. Let's begin, Tang Jing said as he put down the teacup. Okay, Senior can use my room. It's spacious. Mu Hongyan took the initiative to say. Okay. Do you need me to do anything? No need. Just stand guard at the door. Keep quiet and don't let anyone disturb you. Senior, rest assured. I will follow your instructions. Nana, later you and Senior Godly Doctor will go to the room. Be obedient and do whatever Senior tells you to do. Don't be willful and cause trouble, Mu Hongyan warned. Nana heavily nodded her head and said, Mother, I know. I won't be willful and cause trouble. That's a bad child. Nana is a good child. Very, very good. Nana, let's go in. Seeing Tang Jing holding Nana's hand and walking into her room, she couldn't help but anxiously wait. The room was filled with the faint fragrance of a woman. This was the first time Tang Jing had entered a woman's private space other than Yi Dingdong's room. He found that the style of the room was mature, but not lacking in elegance. Moreover, the faint fragrance was intoxicating, making people involuntarily think of a woman. Right, this was Mu Hongyan's scent. Previously, when Tang Jing was hugging her, he smelled this scent. I don't want to think about nonsense. Let's hurry up and get down to business. Tang Jing waved his hand and chased away the messy thoughts in his mind. He said to Nanan, Nanan, later you close your eyes and sleep. Obediently listen to your brother's words and it will be fine. Brother Godly Doctor, why are you using a cloth to cover your face? Nana nodded her head and curiously asked. Because Big Brother doesn't look good. Tang Jing mischievously said. That's not it. Big Brother is definitely a handsome guy. Brother Godly Doctor, can you let Nana look at your face? Nana curiously asked. Seeing her burning eyes full of expectation, Tang Jing couldn't bear to refuse and said, Okay, but this is our secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone else. Even Mom won't tell? Yes, so this is our secret. Come, let's pinky swear. Tang Jing looked at the cute little loli, overflowing with love. Nana tilted her head in thought for a moment. After Pinky's swear, she nodded her head and said, "Okay, our secret." Then she looked up at Tang Jing with a face full of expectation. Tang Jing slowly took off the cloth on his face, revealing a delicate and handsome face. "Wow, Brother Godly Doctor is a handsome guy." Nana covered her mouth and said exaggeratedly, "Hee, how old are you to know handsome guys?" Nana knows everything. Brother Godly Doctor is really a handsome guy, the most handsome guy. Okay, now you can close your eyes. And do I want to sleep? You can sleep. Then can I dream of Brother Godly Doctor? I can't guarantee this. Dreams can't be controlled. I heard that the more you think of a person, the more you will dream of him. I'll try my best to think of Brother Godly Doctor. Then I'll definitely dream of you. While saying this, she closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Tang Jing's smile disappeared and his face became serious. "Tian Chanzi, let's begin." "Okay, you follow me and recite this incantation." Tian Chanzi said a tongue-twisting incantation. Tang Jing did the same. While urging his power, he recited it. The incantation was combined with his true qi. The power of the incantation was instantly stimulated and the atmosphere in the room changed. He saw a cloud of black gas appeared on top of Nana's head, and the black gas continued to gather from all corners of the body to the top of her head. "It's your evil aura that finally let me catch you. This time you won't be able to escape." Suddenly, Nana's face showed a painful color, as if she was suffering a great pain. This evil aura refused to comply. "Continue to urge your power," Tian Chanzi commanded. Tang Jing immediately urged his power. In an instant, the restless evil aura calmed down. Nana's expression finally relaxed. Tang Jing was relieved, but he did not dare to take it lightly. He saw the evil aura on top of her head was accumulating more and more. Finally, a black talisman appeared on her forehead and rapidly rotated. Tang Jing found himself in a trance, and the surrounding space was distorted. In the next second, he appeared in a strange space. In the sky, there was a black talisman rotating rapidly. It was exactly the same as the one Tang Jing saw on top of Nana's head. The talisman shook and suddenly turned into a black python, condescendingly looking at Tang Jing. "Who are you? How dare you destroy my incantation?" The python opened its mouth and spoke. "Who are you, using such a sinister and vicious incantation on a child? Do you still have any humanity?" Tang Jing asked loudly. "Ha, humanity?" The python seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing. It turned its head and wagged its tail and laughed. "Boy, since you dare to destroy my incantation, then I will kill you today. I will also swallow your soul so that you can never be reincarnated. I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Then let's see if you die, or I die." The python swooped down, and its huge body instantly wrapped around Tang Jing, as if it wanted to strangle Tang Jing to death. Tang Jing hurriedly activated his martial arts, and formed a sword seal with his hand. In that instant, a strong wind blew as the flying immortals from heaven beyond sword technique suddenly displayed its might. Even though Tang Jing had only learned the first 15 moves, its might was not to be underestimated. He only heard the sword hum fill the entire space before the python started to scream. "What kind of sword art is this? How can it be so powerful? Who are you? I am the one who will kill you! Break for me!" An invisible sword was formed, and with a loud sound, it ruthlessly slashed the python's body, and the python instantly disintegrated. "I refuse to accept this. I will definitely find you." The python let out a hysterical roar, and was instantly pulverized by the invisible sword chi. It floated in the vast space, and finally slowly settled and merged with the floor. The space in front of him distorted, and Tang Jing found himself back in the room. Nana was still sleeping, but there was no evil aura on her body. "I said that this little girl would benefit from a disaster. Check her body," Tian Chanzi said. Chapter 72. This is true Qi? Tang Jing was shocked as she unexpectedly profited from a disaster, as her body now had true qi. Yes, this is the result of the life-continuing pill's spiritual power and evil qi. I said that as long as the curse was broken, she would be compensated, Tian Chanzi said. She has suffered so much at such a young age, so this compensation should be given. Like this, wouldn't she have already stepped onto the threshold of cultivation? Yes, but she is still too young and her mind has not yet fully developed. Moreover, there is no suitable cultivation method for her to cultivate, so she can only maintain her current state. But this will be very beneficial to her body, as her body will always be nourished by this true qi. In the future, whether it is martial arts or cultivation, it will be much easier. Tang Jing was sincerely happy for her, as all his efforts were worth it. Tian Chanzi, just now that python said it would come find me. What should I do? It's just a clown, what is there to be afraid of? Oh, that's not right. Even if he is a clown in my eyes, I am afraid he is still a huge threat to you. Tang Jing could not help but roll his eyes and say, You can just say that I am too weak, why beat around the bush? Hey, that is exactly what I meant, Tian Chanzi said without any trace of politeness. Che. You can rest assured that I will work hard to cultivate. Once I cultivate my true fire, I will be able to refine the spirit pill. At that time, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, Tang Jing said, unconvinced. Then wait until you cultivate your true fire. Tang Jing was a little depressed, as these past few days he had tried to ignite his true fire, but every time his true qi entered his dantian it was like a clay ox entering the sea, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. In other people's eyes this was an extremely simple problem, but he actually met a stumbling block, so how could he not be depressed? Brother Godly Doctor, I just dreamt of you. Nana opened her eyes and said with a smile. Wah, you really dreamt of me? Nana nodded seriously and said, Yes, I dreamt that a python came to eat me, and then Brother Godly Doctor came to save me and defeated the python. Tang Jing was startled. Wasn't she dreaming of the battle just now? During the battle just now, his consciousness was sucked into the talisman. The talisman was connected to her brain, so everything that happened was presented in her mind. She just treated it as a dream. Brother Godly Doctor is really amazing. Nana doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Tang Jing patted her head and said, Yes, Nana doesn't have to be afraid anymore. Will Brother Godly Doctor protect Nana? Just like how a prince protects a princess? The prince is protecting the princess? Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. A girl could never escape the dream of being a prince and a princess, even if she was very young. Looking at her expectant eyes, Tang Jing said, Brother will protect you, just like how a prince protects a princess. Nana excitedly clapped her little hands and cheered. Oh, Nana also has a prince. Brother Godly Doctor is Nana's prince. Brother Godly Doctor, this is our secret. You can't tell anyone. Tang Jing didn't expect her to use what he learned, so he laughed and said, Okay, this is our secret. I won't tell anyone. Mu Hongyan stared at the bedroom door, not knowing how the treatment inside was going. Her heart was in a mess, feeling that time was passing too slowly. Mother Wu had never seen her like this, so she advised, Madam, can that godly doctor really cure Miss Illness? Of course he can, because he is a godly doctor. Mu Hongyan kept telling herself that she had to believe this fact, so at this moment, she blurted it out without hesitation. Mother Wu had seen her invite too many so-called godly doctors, and many of them were great in the medical field, but they were all helpless. This time, she actually invited a weirdly dressed person to treat Mississippi. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that it was unreliable. If there really was a way, there would have been a way long ago. There was movement in the room, so Mu Hongyan hurried to the bedroom door, but she didn't dare to break in. The godly doctor had told her not to be disturbed, so although she wanted to go in and see what was going on, she resisted. Creak! Suddenly, the door opened. Nana walked out holding Tang Gang's hand. Her face was full of excitement, and her eyes were full of charm and luster. Her movements were completely different from before, and there were many changes compared to before. Both Mu Hongyan and Mother Wu saw it at a glance, and their eyes widened at the same time in disbelief. How could there be such a change so quickly? Mu Hongyan hurriedly squatted down and picked up Nana, carefully examining her. Her body's aura had changed a lot, and she was no longer sick, but full of vitality, like the rising sun. Senior Godly Doctor, how is the treatment effect? She impatiently asked. Tang Jing faintly smiled and said, The effect is very good. The evil aura in her body has been completely removed by me, so she will be healthy in the future. Mu Hongyan was so happy that she wanted to jump up. From yesterday until today, her mood had been on a roller coaster too many times, and she was still uneasy, so she asked. Then 10 years later. 10 years later, she will be safe and sound, and her body will become better and better, even better than a normal person. If she practices martial arts, I believe she will have great achievements. Mu Hongyan's mood could no longer be described as pleasant surprise. She couldn't even find the right words to describe her mood, because this result had far exceeded her expectations. Mu Hongyan fiercely kissed her daughter's face, and cried tears of joy. Nana, you're finally better, Mother is too happy. Then Nana won't have to worry about not waking up after falling asleep? Nana asked in a childish voice. No need, there's no need at all. Then that's great, from now on I can sleep in peace. Mu Hongyan put Nana down, and her mood fluctuated. She couldn't help but hold Tang Jing's hand and said, Senior Godly Doctor, you have given me, Mu Hongyan, a new lease of life, and that money is not enough to express my gratitude. Senior, is there anything else you can help me with? I must do something, so that my heart can feel more at ease. Tang Jing understood her feelings, and refused with a smile. He knew that her identity wasn't ordinary, but right now he didn't need her to do anything for him. Moreover, she had already paid for it. Senior Godly Doctor, not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical skills are also so high, so you must be a master. I wonder if I have the honor to know your name, so that in the future I can silently thank you. My name is not convenient to say. Then will we meet again in the future? Seeing that he didn't tell her his name, it meant that he didn't want his identity to be exposed. Mu Hongyan felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing she could do. She could only hope that they would meet again in the future. Brother Godly Doctor, will you come to see me? Nana asked in a delicate and pitiful voice. Tang Jing was slightly startled, but he really didn't want to hurt her young heart, so he said, I will come to see you, and I will also bring you a gift. Mu Hongyan clearly saw that he was just about to refuse, but Nana's question made him change his mind. It seemed that he cared a lot about Nana. As long as he agrees to come see Nana, then it's a good thing. Mu Hongyan thought in her heart. Senior Godly Doctor, our door is always open for you. You are welcome to come at any time. This is my phone number. If you need anything you can contact me. Mu Hongyan handed a business card to Tang Jing. On it was only Mu Hongyan's name and a phone number. Tang Jing put it away, and just as he was about to leave, Mu Hongyan's phone rang. Caught it. Mu Hongyan's face lit up and said, Did you confess? No. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed. The enemy's patience had exceeded her expectations. Tang Jing had already guessed that the assassin must have been caught. His heart moved and he asked, You caught the assassin? Mu Hongyan nodded. Can I go take a look? Tang Jing asked. He wasn't sure if the assassin was after him, or Mu Hongyan and her mother. After the incident with Xiao Fei, he had a strong sense of vigilance towards hidden dangers, and wanted to nip any danger in the bud as soon as possible. Mu Hongyan obviously didn't have any objections, and the two of them went together to a remote place. From afar, Tang Jing could see a few figures pacing back and forth in front of the door. These were her bodyguards. These people are all rank 1 and rank 2 martial artists. Just what is Mu Hongyan's identity? How could she have such a strong security force? Tang Jing was full of suspicions. One of the bodyguards had already come up to greet them. He gave Tang Jing a meaningful look, and then respectfully reported to Mu Hongyan. The assassin's mouth was very tight, and he was also very professional. It was obvious that he had undergone anti-torture training. They had tried many methods, but they couldn't pry open his mouth. "Madam, it's all because we're useless," the bodyguard said dejectedly. Mu Hingyan was also at her wits' end, but she was also unwilling to give up. "Can you bring me to take a look?" Tang Jing suddenly said. Mu Hongyan hurriedly said, "Senior, please." The assassin was tied to an iron pillar. His body was drenched, and there were many bloodstains. He was battered and exhausted, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake's, still shining with a faint cold light. When he saw Tang Jing, his pupils involuntarily trembled, and he stared at him fixedly. Tang Jing also looked at him. From the assassin's eyes, he had already determined that the assassin was here for him, and not Mu Hongyan and her daughter. "Your target is me?" Tang Jing asked coldly. The assassin sneered. The answer was self-evident. Mu Hongyan was shocked. So she was an innocent bystander. However, she didn't blame Tang Jing. Instead, she hated the assassin. He actually dared to assassinate the senior godly doctor. This was no different from assassinating her. "Just who are you?" Mu Hongyan scolded. The assassin sneered, but didn't comment. In fact, he had been preparing for the assassination for a few days. He had also followed Tang Jing for a few days. He originally thought that he would definitely succeed today, but he didn't expect that halfway through, Chen Yaojin would appear. He was a little regretful that he chose to make his move now. He should have waited until he was alone. Perhaps the success rate would have been higher. "Madam Mu, can I be alone with him for a while?" Tang Jing wanted to interrogate the assassin, but he didn't want the assassin to reveal his identity, so he made this suggestion. Mu Hongyan didn't hesitate to agree. She walked out with her bodyguard, leaving only Tang Jing and the assassin. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A strange aura spontaneously arose. Chapter 73. I am an assassin. Assassins have their own principles. How could I betray my employer? The assassin said professionally. Tang Jing's eyes shrunk as he grabbed the assassin's neck and said, "If you don't speak, then you will die." Haha, there aren't many assassins who are afraid of death. Tang Jing couldn't help but remember the assassin who tried to assassinate Yi Dingdang. In the end, even Yi Tianlei couldn't pry open the other's mouth, so he also didn't have a way. "Little brat, others don't have a way, but that doesn't mean you don't have one." Suddenly, Tian Chanzi's voice sounded. Tang Zheng's head moved as he said, "You have a way?" "Of course, but after this method is used, this brat will be completely crippled. There is a magic called the soul-searching method, which can make everything in the opponent's mind unable to hide. However, this will destroy his brain, and in the future, he will become an idiot. He is not a good person. Moreover, I almost died in his hands. Turning him into an idiot is letting him off easy," Tang Jing decisively said. "Good, you have spirit. A real man must not be soft-hearted," Tian Chanzi praised. The assassin looked at Tang Jing in ridicule. Seeing him frown, he felt a kind of carefree feeling. Although he failed this time, he didn't admit defeat. It was because his skills were not as good as others, but because a few people suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. "I will ask you one more time. Are you going to speak or not?" Tang Jing asked. "Don't waste your energy. You don't have the ability," the assassin proudly said. "Then you asked for it." Tang Jing didn't waste his breath and directly used the soul-searching technique. The assassin's eyes suddenly became sluggish, and cold sweat unceasingly emerged from his forehead. After a moment, Tang Jing stopped. His eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. So it was that crazy woman. He already had an answer. All of this was instigated by Qiao Fei's mother. She wanted to take revenge for her son. As for why she determined that Tang Jing was related to Qiao Fei becoming an idiot, the assassin's brain did not have an answer. "Well, you didn't stop after causing such a ruckus at school. I spared your son's life, but you came to kill me. Don't blame me this time." Tang Jing was filled with killing intent. When Tang Jing opened the door, Mu Hongyan hurried over and said, "Senior Godly Doctor, how is it?" Suddenly, her eyes fixed on the sluggish assassin and she was shocked. "What happened to him? What a fool!" "Ah?" Not only Mu Hongyan, but even the bodyguards behind her had their eyes wide open. To be able to turn a person into a fool in such a short period of time, this was not an easy thing to do. This was enough to show how powerful Tang Jing was. Mu Hongyan suddenly remembered a saying. The most powerful doctor was often the best assassin. This was because the godly doctor was the best at saving people. They were also the best at killing people. They had countless ways to make people die. What she saw and heard today confirmed this point. However, she did not feel afraid because the assassin almost killed her and Nana. He deserved it. "Senior, do you need me to do anything?" "Deal with him." "Senior, rest assured. I'll leave first." "Senior, will we see each other again?" "I promised Nana that I would go see her." Tang Jing finished speaking and quickly disappeared into the night. In fact, the assassin became an idiot so his identity would not be exposed. Mu Hongyan was not an ordinary person. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing to expose his identity in front of her. The next day, Tang Jing withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash and came to the school. He found that there was 980,000 yuan in his bank account, and not the agreed amount of 180,000 yuan. He had a good impression of Mu Hongyan. He did not refuse the money. First, he needed money and Mu Hongyan did not lack money. Second, he completely cured Nana and provoked the devil who used the curse technique. This 1 million yuan was not a lot. Lu Qingmei coldly sat in her office. Wu Tsuihong arrogantly walked in and loudly said, "Teacher Lu, just now the finance department people came to ask if Tang Jing paid the tuition. If he did not, then according to the rules he will withdraw from the school." Lu Qingmei slightly raised her eyebrows, glanced at her, and coldly said, "This matter is not something you should worry about. I am a part of the school. This is related to the school's interest. Why can't I worry?" Wu Tsuihong asked back. "As the teacher in charge, don't you care whether Tang Jing pays the tuition or not? Don't you always boast that you care about the students?" Lu Qingmei lightly said. "Teacher Wu, don't think that I don't know. This time Tang Jing's tuition matter was because of you fanning the flames behind the scenes. Before doing anything you should touch your conscience. These years, Tang Jing has won so many praises for your class. Yet you hit him while he is down." Wu Tsuihong quickly interrupted her and said, "There is no evidence, so don't slander others. Moreover, this is the school's decision. You should worry about whether or not he can pay the tuition. But he is so poor. It would be strange if he can pay the tuition. So he can only wait for the fate of being expelled." "Who said I will be expelled?" Tang Jing walked in and loudly asked. Wu Tsuihong looked at him in ridicule and said, "Yo, you still dare to come? If I were you, I wouldn't come to school from today onwards. Otherwise, being expelled in front of so many people, that feeling wouldn't be good." Tang Jing heard the conversation between the two clearly. So this tuition matter was related to the old witch. He said that the school would not specifically target him for 100,000 yuan. "You want me to be expelled? Stop daydreaming," Tang Jing ridiculed. "Haha, you are the one who should stop daydreaming. Do you think that you can take out that much money? Then take a look for yourself." Tang Jing threw his bag on the desk, revealing a corner of the bright red banknotes. Wu Tsuihong's face suddenly changed. Could it be that this brat really got lucky and got the money? Impossible. How could he have such good luck? On the surface there are only a few banknotes, but underneath it is all paper. Do you think this kind of self-deceiving method is useful? Wu Tsuihong did not give up and ridiculed. "You are the one who is deceiving yourself. Look at what this is. Is this paper?" Tang Jing took out a large amount of banknotes from his bag and fiercely threw it at her face. The banknotes flew up like snowflakes. "Wow, this is really money!" the other teachers exclaimed one after another. Although 100,000 yuan was not a lot, the scene of the banknotes flying in the air was still very spectacular. Tang Jing felt very good. If it was not for the old witch deliberately provoking him again and again, he would not have done such an extreme action. Wu Zehong's face was ashen. She angrily roared. Tang Jing, you dare to attack a teacher! Don't talk nonsense! Didn't you suspect that my money is fake? I just want you to clearly see if this money is real or fake. I don't know if you have seen it clearly? You! Wu Zehong was speechless. Her face was burning with pain. This was a slap to her face. Just a second ago she was solemnly saying that Tang Jing's money was fake. But in the next second, Tang Jing used his actions to prove that all her words were bullshit. However, if Wu Zehong gave up like this, then she would not be an old witch. Wouldn't she have lived for 50 years in vain? So what if this money is real? Everyone knows that your family has no money, so where did all this money come from? Could it be that you've done some shady business, or did something illegal? Haha, what a joke. First you said that my money is fake. Now you say that my money came from a shady source. Then you better take out the evidence. If you can't take out the evidence, then be careful that I will sue you for slander. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. The evidence has already been removed by you. But I believe that there will be a day when you will be exposed. Wu Zehong continued to solemnly swear as if she saw it with her own eyes. Tang Jing shook his head. She was already completely crazy. Arguing with this kind of crazy person was simply shameful. He said, You are right. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Let's wait and see. Let's see who will show their ugly face in the end. Oh right, I also want to remind you that your days as a teacher are numbered. You should take advantage of this time to continue acting like a tyrant. Haha, you still want to get first place in the college entrance exam? Keep dreaming. Wu Zehong coldly laughed. But her confidence was not as strong as before. This was because she also believed that Tang Jing would not be able to take out the money. But Tang Jing still took it out. She gradually discovered that the Tang Jing seemed to have changed a lot compared to the Tang Jing she knew before. Just as this thought appeared, countless new thoughts followed. She suddenly discovered that the Tang Jing really had changed. Ever since he left Class 1, he seemed to have become a completely different person. No, this must be my misconception. There is no way he can get first place. There is no way I will lose. She continuously comforted herself. Lu Qinmei saw that Tang Jing took out the money on time. Her heart finally relaxed. But her expression did not change much. She nodded towards Tang Jing and said, Let's go. I will take you to the finance office to pay the money. Arriving at the finance office to pay the money, Tang Jing's crisis of dropping out of school was easily resolved. Lu Qinmei said, Tang Jing, you have already taken a leave of absence from the night classes. Since you want to win the bet, this period of time cannot be delayed. Tonight's class will continue. Okay. Tang Jing unwillingly said. You don't seem to be willing? Lu Qingmei's eyes trembled as she asked. Tang Jing squeezed out a smile and said, How could that be? Teacher Lu has taken care of me. I cannot thank you enough. It's good that you know. Lu Qingmei's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. You want to escape from my palm like this? I still haven't dug out all of your secrets. Tang Jing returned to the classroom. Before he even sat down, he saw that Yi Dingdang's face was strange. After a while, Yi Dingdang stammered. Tang Jing, come with me after school. I have something to do. Can you push it off? My matter is very important. Tang Jing thought about Lu Qingmei's expression and refused. No, my matter is also very important. Yi Dingdang fiercely glared at him and said, Can't you make an exception for me? This matter concerns my happiness. What matter? You make it sound so serious. Song, you told me to take him around ordinary balanced city tonight. What's the problem? He won't eat people. Chapter 74. These past few days, Yi Dingdang had been very distressed. Every day after school, she would have to face Song Yu. She also couldn't use Tang Jing as a shield every day. Song Yu was very handsome and was indeed very pleasing to the eye. For a normal girl, he would definitely be the perfect candidate for a Prince Charming. But Yi Dingdang was different. If she didn't like someone, then it would be very hard for her to like him. Moreover, she didn't like her fate. She wanted to break free from her shackles. Thus, even though Song Yu's performance could make any girl fall in love with him, her heart was becoming more and more firm like a boulder. Seeing her sincere expression, Tang Jing weighed the risks of being with Lu Qingmei. In the end, he decided that it would be better to be with Yi Dingdang. This way, he wouldn't reveal too many flaws in front of Lu Qingmei. Okay, I promise you. But you have to fight for Teacher Lu's approval. What does this have to do with her? Yi Dingdang didn't know that Lu Qingmei was giving Tang Jing preferential treatment. Teacher Lu has to give me tutoring at night. If you want me to accompany you, then you naturally have to ask for her approval. Tang Jing explained. Yi Dingdang looked at him in astonishment. Lu Qingmei was always cold and treated her students well. However, she never gave anyone preferential treatment. Why was she so good to him? Strange, strange. He is becoming more and more unfathomable, she muttered to herself. But right now, she didn't have the time to care about it. She said, Okay, I promise you. Yi Dingdang left the classroom in a hurry. Not long after, she came back with a face full of pride. Teacher Lu agreed. The corners of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't know that Lu Qingmei's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She was very unhappy. Tang Jing, you've stood me up again and again. You've dodged the first time, but let's see how you'll dodge the next time. Tang Jing had no idea that Lu Qingmei was even more concerned about him. After school, he was dragged out of school by Yi Dingdang. He did not notice Fang Shishir, who was watching this scene from a distance with her mouth agape. Fang Shishir knew that Tang Jing was going to make up lessons tonight, but she didn't expect that he would be with Yi Dingdang. Looking at the two of them being so intimate, she had mixed feelings and felt jealous. Why would he lie to me? Don't you know this will make me very sad? Her expression was gloomy, extremely pained. No, this is definitely a misunderstanding. I have to have confidence in him. Another voice sounded. Seeing is believing. You've seen it with your own eyes. How could it be fake? He's lying to you. Yi Dingdang is so beautiful. How could he resist the temptation? Fang Shishir's heart was in chaos. The more she thought about it, the more she didn't dare to think about it. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. Fang Shishir was afraid of losing Tang Jing. Unknowingly, she felt more and more that she couldn't bear to part with him. Fang Shishir left the school in a daze. That night, she couldn't sleep. In the end, she dreamed that Tang Jing left her. In her sleep, tears fell from the corner of her eyes, wetting her pillow. Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang had just walked out of the school when a Land Rover stopped in front of them. Dingdang, Auntie has something to do today. I'm here to pick you up from school. Song Yu walked out with a faint smile. Her smile was enough to instantly win the hearts of most girls. Yi Dingdang wrinkled her eyebrows. She thought in her heart that Feng Xinyang had something to do. It must be you who volunteered. However, she had Tang Zheng as a shield. She calmly said, It's okay. Didn't you say that you wanted to walk around ordinary balanced city tonight? Tang Jing and I will accompany you. We'll do our part as hosts. She had announced to the public that Tang Jing was her fiancé. So naturally, she intimately held on to Tang Zheng's arm. Tang Gang's head shook. He felt two soft lumps tightly pressed against his arm. The feeling was overwhelming. Song Yu's expression did not change as she said, That's for the best. I've always wanted to interact more with Tang Jing. Let's get in the car. The three people got in the car. Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang sat in the back seat. They were still intimately stuck together. Almost half of her body was hanging on to Tang Jing's body. Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to chase Song Yu away, she was really willing to put in a lot of effort. Song Yu acted as if she didn't see anything. She calmly said, Let's eat first. Dingdang, what do you like to eat? Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said with a mischievous smile. Since we're in ordinary balance, of course we have to experience the local culture. Let's go. I'll take you to a place to eat. Yi Dingdang led the way. The Land Rover went straight to the old district in the north of the city. Not long after, a group of low buildings came into view. Compared to the bustling city center, it was simply a different world. Yi Dingdang guessed that Song Yu had never been to such a dirty and messy place before. So, she deliberately made him feel disgusted. Sure enough, the pampered Song Yu frowned and asked, "What's good to eat here?" Yi Dingdang proudly said, "Good food is among the people. The delicacies on the streets and alleys are the most authentic." As she said this, she pointed to a food stall on the street. "I think this place is pretty good. Stop the car. We'll eat here today." After the car stopped, she couldn't wait to pull Tang Jing into the food stall. It was already dark and there were many customers. It was very noisy. Song Yu finally couldn't maintain his calm. He felt uncomfortable all over. He had lived a life of luxury since he was young. He had never been to a place with such a bad environment. Looking at the other people eating heartily, he had the urge to run away. However, if he did that, he would be completely defeated. His strong self-esteem made him stop in his tracks and force himself to sit down. "Is the food here really delicious?" he asked uncomfortably. Yi Dingdang nodded and said, "Of course it's delicious. Tang Jing, don't you agree?" Tang Jing nodded honestly. He grew up in a worse environment, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. The three of them ordered a few dishes. Tang Jing ate with relish. Yi Dingdang ate a few mouthfuls and found that it was really good. It wasn't as bad as she thought. So, she also ate. Only Song Yu found it difficult to swallow. He only moved his chopsticks once, and then stopped eating with a sullen face. Of course, he knew Yi Dingdang's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. Moreover, for the benefit of the family, he had to marry Yi Dingdang. Especially after he got along with Yi Dingdang for a long time. Although she didn't like him, her valiant character formed a strong contrast with the pretentiousness of ordinary rich young ladies. Instead, it aroused a strong interest in him. He felt that this marriage was a good choice. The marriage of people in big families was generally not a simple marriage. It involved the interests of all parties. Song Yu grew up in the Song family. Of course, he knew this, so he didn't dislike this marriage. Although Yi Dingdang claimed that Tang Jing was her fiancé, and even her parents didn't refute it, the smart Song Yu naturally knew that this was all a show. Therefore, he wasn't angry. He was a conceited person. He was confident that he could burst the bubble of this lie. When he saw Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang holding hands, he didn't drive Tang Jing away. He didn't even speak ill of him. He was confident that he could solve this crisis with his intelligence. However, when he saw the two people eating with relish, his stomach grumbled. "What? Are you hungry? If you're hungry, then eat. It's delicious." Yi Dingdang raised her head and said mischievously. Song Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm not hungry. If you're not hungry, then we'll eat more." Yi Dingdang didn't force him. Instead, she enthusiastically picked up food for Tang Jing. The atmosphere at the table was a bit strange. Even the guests sitting next to them were aware of it. However, their attention wasn't on the two men. Instead, it was on the beautiful Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang's beauty wasn't commonly seen in this dirty and messy place. She was like a water lily blooming in a pond. Many people were eating while sizing her up from time to time. Especially the group of men at the next table who were looking at her without restraint. "Hee, this little girl is really tender. Her taste in bed must be pretty good," a man said with an unbridled evil smile. "Right, such a tender little girl isn't commonly seen. It's a waste not to eat her. Ha ha, Brother Hua, you're so handsome. You can definitely win this little girl's heart." Right, in ordinary balances territory, who dares not give face to Brother Hua? It's her good fortune that Brother Hua likes her. The others all agreed. The man called Brother Hua was a big and burly man. Because he drank, his face was red and his eyes were shining. He licked his lips and said, Okay, today Brother Hua will personally show you how to pick up a girl. Brother Hua slowly stood up and walked in front of Yi Ding Dang. He loudly said, "Beauty, let's have a drink." Yi Ding Dong's eyebrows immediately wrinkled. She was about to explode when she glanced at Song Yu. She rolled her eyes and said, "Young Master Song, what do you say we should do in this situation?" She deliberately pointed the spearhead at Song Yu. However, Song Yu had no choice but to accept. He wrinkled his eyebrows and a trace of anger appeared on his delicate cheeks. He swept his eyebrows and glanced at Brother Hua and said, "Scram." Brother Hua flew into a rage. This handsome guy with Xiao Bai's face actually dared to tell him to scram. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Fuck Xiao Bai's face. You actually dared to speak to me like that. I'm going to beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the floor. Brother Hua roared in high spirits. Brother Hua is mighty. The other lackeys all shouted out in support. Song Yu didn't move, but his face gradually sank. Brother Hua was the first person who dared to call him Xiao Bai's face. Yi Ding Dang looked at him with interest. She didn't know how he would resolve this crisis. "Ding Dang, this isn't too good, right?" Tang Jing reminded in a small voice. Yi Ding Dang smirked and said, "If I don't do this, how can I make him back off? Let him lose a bit of face. Then he will definitely leave ordinary balance, and won't bother me anymore. Wouldn't you be free then?" Tang Jing also thought so. Moreover, with him and Yi Ding Ding there, Song Yu wouldn't really get hurt. Towards Song Yu, he always had a feeling that he couldn't see through him. So even though the other party expressed goodwill many times, he deliberately kept his distance. Brother Hua arrogantly glanced at Song Yu and said, "Gigolo, it's too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. Eat this daddy's fist first, and then we'll talk." Chapter 75. Song Yu acted as if she didn't see it. Her facial muscles didn't change in the slightest as the fist was about to hit his face. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past and a figure stood in front of Song Yu. He simply waved his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, Brother Hua flew out and crashed into the dining table. He was dizzy from the fall. Ah! The crowd immediately burst into cries of surprise as everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of Song Yu, Qin Lao. Song Yu's expression didn't change as she glanced at Brother Hua's group of people. Immediately, everyone was scared into silence. Yi Ding Dang was greatly disappointed. She originally wanted to embarrass Song Yu so that he would retreat. She didn't think that someone would come out of nowhere. Brother Hua crawled up from the ground and cursed angrily. *CK, you still dare to make a move? Attack! A few of his underlings looked at each other and clenched their teeth as they charged forward. Song Yu didn't even look as she calmly said, "Ding Dang, this meal isn't good. Let's go somewhere else." Yi Ding Dang only wished for the world to be in chaos. Although she knew that Qin Lao was an expert, she also understood that this group of people were definitely local tyrants. So she purposely said, "We haven't finished eating yet. It would be a waste to leave. Tang Jing eat." And Tang Jing indifferently shrugged his shoulders. As he ate, he focused his attention on the battlefield. He only saw an afterimage rush into the crowd, and after a few seconds, a few big men all fell to the ground screaming. Qin Lao once again stood in front of Song Yu as if he didn't move at all. Tang Jing's head trembled as he thought to himself, what a fast speed. As expected of a 5th-grade post-celestial stage expert. Brother Hua and his underlings were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. "You guys just wait. Wait for me to call our boss Fan. You guys won't be able to bear the consequences." Brother Hua was out of breath as he trembled as he shouted, "Boss Fan." Tang Jing shivered. Could they be Boss Fan's men? This was the northern part of the city, Lin Hu's territory. Shouldn't he inform Lin Hu that Boss Fan's men had come here to cause trouble? While he was hesitating, Brother Hua had already dialed Boss Fan's number. He cried bitterly and asked Boss Fan to come and get justice for him. Boss Fan was worried that he couldn't find a reason to deal with Lin Hu. His martial arts were higher than Lin Hu's, and his influence was also greater. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Hu made Huang Xiang very unhappy, so he had the idea of dealing with Lin Hu. Not only could he increase his strength, but he could also help Huang Xiang vent his anger. It was definitely a profitable deal. Therefore, when he heard Brother Hua's report, he immediately rushed here without stopping. Yi Dingding was the kind of person who craved for the world to be in chaos. Seeing that Brother Hua was calling for help, she excitedly cheered. Okay, we'll wait for his help. Tang Jing originally planned to leave, but since the other side called for Boss Fan, he also had the interest to continue watching. Boss Fan had spoken rudely to him many times. This time, he took the opportunity to let him meet a rebuff from Song Yu. Seeing that Yi Dingdang didn't leave, Song Yu obviously knew what she was thinking. However, she didn't mind. Instead, she felt that this kind of little girl's behavior was very straightforward and cute. Since you want to watch, then I'll satisfy you. I'll let you know my strength. Song Yu gave Qin Lao a look to calm him down. Then, she calmly sat on the fishing platform. Tang Jing quietly sent a message to Lin Hu. Then, he continued to eat with relish. A moment later, a series of emergency brakes suddenly sounded. 30 to 40 people swarmed in and instantly blocked the door. Who hurt my little brother? Big Head Fan rushed in, unable to restrain his anger, and saw his subordinates lying on the ground. Boss, you're finally here. These are the people who hit us. Brother Hua impatiently pointed at Tang Zheng's table as if he had seen his savior. Boss Fan's gaze was immediately attracted. He angrily roared. You ate a leopard's gall. Huh! Suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if his throat was stuck. His eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Tang Jing. It's you! He was already dissatisfied with Tang Jing. Tang Jing had caused him to lose face many times. Moreover, he had lost a lot of money. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. He boldly and decisively walked over and slammed his fist on the table. He roared. Brat, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Today, don't even think of walking out of this door. Although Boss Fan knew that Tang Jing was an expert, he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with him with so many brothers. Tang Jing inwardly sighed. It seems that his thinking was too simple. After calling Boss Fan over, Boss Fan's spearhead was directly aimed at him. Song Yu's pair of bright eyes thoughtfully looked at Tang Jing. Yi Dingdang also looked at Tang Jing in astonishment and asked, You know him? Tang Jing nodded. We have a bit of history. Yi Dingdang was enraptured. She thought that she had finally discovered Tang Dang's secret. Her heart said that she would definitely ask him clearly later. But right now, she had to deal with Boss Fan. Seeing that Boss Fan's spearhead was aimed at Tang Jing, she unhappily curled her lips and said, Song Yu, among the three of us, you are the oldest. This kind of trouble should be dealt with by you. Song Yu was slightly startled. She immediately smiled and said, Since Ding Ding has this request, then I will not decline. Saying this, she signaled to Qin Lao with her eyes. Qin Lao tacitly understood. He flashed out like lightning and attacked Boss Fan with one hand. Boss Fan did not expect that the opponent would attack without a word. He was angry and anxious as he roared. You're courting death! Boss Fan's third-grade body refining cultivation was not just for show. He fiercely counterattacked. His arm shot out like a sharp sword towards Qin Lao. This time, Qin Lao's attack was very slow. It was slow enough for everyone to clearly see the trajectory of the attack. Seeing this, Boss Fan thought that the opponent was not strong enough and was full of confidence. Pung! A sound like muffled thunder rang out. Boss Fan was like a kite with a broken string as he flew out and fiercely slammed into the wall. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Boss Fan cried out miserably. His right hand was already drooping down. It was broken. One move, one simple move, and Boss Fan was defeated. At this time, the other little brothers were dumbstruck. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They did not know what to do. You overestimate yourself! Song Yu did not even look as she disdainfully said. Yi Dingdang pouted. This boss fan was too weak. Such a simple move and he was defeated. Tang Jing was not surprised because this was the result that he had already expected. Dingdang, these clowns are really boring. Let's go, Song Yu suggested. Yi Dingdang felt that there was nothing interesting to see. Just as she was about to nod, Boss Fan's angry roar rang out again. Stop! You dare to behave so atrociously in ordinary balance? I won't let you leave this restaurant alive. Boss Fan had been awe-inspiring for too long. In ordinary balance, there were not many people who dared to disrespect him. This time, he had suffered such a big loss in front of his little brothers. If he did not take action, then how would he survive in the underworld? Thus, he endured the pain and stood up. This time, there was a pistol in his hand. The black muzzle was aimed at the people around him. Qin Lao's pupils shrunk. He immediately stood in front of Song Yu and Tang Dang's body tensed up. He also unconsciously stood in front of Yi Dingdang to protect her. Yi Dingdang's heart warmed as she became excited. There was going to be a good show to watch. Don't move. Otherwise I will shoot. I want to see if you guys are faster than my gun. Boss Fan's heart was filled with anger, but he was incomparably calm. He thought to himself that the gun was still the most powerful. If he had used his gun earlier, then he would not have suffered such a big loss. You're courting death. Qin Lao's body was filled with killing intent as he coldly said. With a gun in hand, Boss Fan felt a lot more at ease. He unrestrainedly said, You're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn. Tang Jing inwardly sighed. He thought to himself that you already have half a foot in the gates of hell, but you don't even know it. Qin Lao was a 5th-grade natal stage expert. At such a close distance, a pistol was not much of a threat to him. This was because he had many ways to kill him before he could even open fire. Yo, this place is so lively. Boss Fan, you're using a gun in my territory. You're really impressive. Suddenly, a voice floated in, only to see Lin Hu bring a group of people and charge in aggressively. He had rushed over after receiving Tang Deng's message. When he saw the situation, he couldn't help but feel angry. Boss Fan was too arrogant, daring to use a gun in his territory. Boss Fan's gaze trembled as he said, Lin Hu, this brat is on the same side as you. He dared to harm my brother, so I'm taking revenge for him. Lin Hu nodded towards Tang Jing and said, Boss Fan, you're using a gun because you're not as good as others. As a boss, you're not that bad. You don't need to meddle in my business. Go away. Boss Fan angrily shouted. Lin Hu's face sank as he shouted, Boss Fan, look clearly. Whose territory is this? You're behaving so atrociously in my territory. Do you think I'll sit idly by and do nothing? Moreover, you're targeting my brother Tang Jing. Humph, do you want to be my enemy? So what if I'm your enemy? Boss Fan disdainfully said. Lin Hu, you've offended young Master Huang. Your good days have come to an end. Lin Hu's expression slightly changed. During this period of time, the underworld had already spread the news that Lin Hu and young Master Huang had a grudge. Lin Hu naturally knew that this was related to Tang Jing. A while ago, he heard that Huang Xiang was injured. That matter was definitely related to Tang Jing, but outsiders didn't know the details. However, Lin Hu knew a little more than others. Even Huang Xiang had suffered a loss at the hands of Tang Jing, so how could Lin Hu not continue to maintain a good relationship with Tang Jing? Boss Fan, if you want to touch Tang Jing, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lin Hu directly stood between Tang Jing and Boss Fan as he coldly said. Boss Fan's heart was shocked. What was wrong with Lin Hu? Why was he so unafraid of death? He was actually willing to risk his life for these people? Song Yu looked at this scene with interest as her eyes roamed over Tang Jing's body. Even Qin Lao couldn't help but take another look at Tang Jing. The scene fell into a stalemate as the atmosphere became strange. Boss Fan's breathing became hurried as this scene was out of his expectations. He had fallen into a dilemma. Chapter 76. Boss Fan, if you don't dare to shoot, then scram. The north of the city does not welcome you, Lin Hu righteously reprimanded. Boss Fan's expression was unsettled. This time, he originally wanted to give Lin Hu a slap in the face, but in the end, he was caught in this deadlock. If it was only Tang Jing and the others, then he might have the confidence to threaten them with a gun, but with Lin Hu involved, he did not have the confidence to do so. He had a gun, but it wasn't that Lin Hu didn't have one, it was just that he didn't take it out. Moreover, the other side had an expert backing them up, so he had no choice but to be careful. But if he just left like this, where would his face go? The most important thing in life was face. Just as he was hesitating, Yi Dingdang rolled his eyes and said, Song Yu, you are the dignified young master of the Song family. If someone pointed a gun at you like this, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Don't tell me you don't want to do something? Song Yu's eyebrows knitted as he calmly said, This is ordinary balanced city, the guests should follow the host's wishes. I feel that this matter is more suitable for Tang Jing to handle. Song Yu changed his mind and did not plan to stand up for himself. He was very curious about Tang Jing, so he wanted to use Boss Fan to test his strength. Sly! Yi Dingdang curled his lips, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Tang Jing's body. Tang Jing bitterly smiled. This matter went in a circle, so why did it fall on his head in the end? However, he was not afraid. Even if he faced Boss Fan alone, he would not be afraid, not to mention now that he had Lin Hu's help. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Hu and directly said, Boss Fan, do you want to kill me? Little brat, you have offended young Master Huang. You won't live for many days. Boss Fan coldly reprimanded. Tang Jing coldly smiled. It seems that Boss Fan's news was not very good. He actually did not know that Huang Ziyan had suffered a loss at his hands. He looked at Boss Fan with ridicule and said, I don't know how many days I have left, but there is one thing. If you want to leave here today, you must pay a certain price. Ha ha, do you think you can stop me? Boss Fan disapprovingly mocked. You think I can't stop you? Then we can give it a try. Tang Jing lightly said, his words filled with strong self-confidence. Boss Fan's face full of ridicule as he said, You think you can be unrestrained just because you have Lin Hu's backing? You underestimate me too much. Lin Hu advised in a low voice. Little brother, Boss Fan is not simple. Moreover, he has a gun in his hand, so you must not be careless. Tang Jing nodded his head. I know. Brother Hu, don't worry. He wants to rely on a gun to deal with me. He thinks it's too easy. Tang Jing had already been shot twice. The first time he was shot by Huang Ziyang. The second time he was shot by an assassin. Now he no longer had a strong fear of guns. At a distance, guns could pose a fatal threat to him. But at such a close distance, a handgun may not be able to do anything to him. Seeing that Tang Jing was not afraid, Lin Hu was slightly astonished. He did not try to persuade him, but he did not relax his vigilance. If Boss Fan really dared to shoot, he would definitely not sit idly by. Song Yu's eyes narrowed as she asked in an almost inaudible voice. Qin Lao, is Tang Jing really not a martial artist? This was the point he was most suspicious of. From the outside, Tang Jing looked no different from an ordinary person. He was not a martial artist. But his calmness and courage under the gun was not something an ordinary person would have. It gave others the illusion that he was a top expert. Old man Qin stared at Tang Jing without blinking, his sharp gaze as if he wanted to see through him. Then, he firmly shook his head. He is definitely not a martial artist. Song Yu heard this and was even more confused. He did not doubt Qin Lao's judgment. After all these years, Qin Lao's judgment had never been wrong. Then where did Tang Jing's courage come from? Qin Lao also had the same question. He could not see through Tang Jing anymore. Only Yi Dingdang was full of confidence. She knew how dangerous Tang Jing's battle with Huang Xiang was. He had survived, so she believed that Boss Fan would not be able to hurt him. At the same time, another thought appeared in her mind. Since Song Yu was so persistent, then she would let Tang Jing show his strength. From there, Song Yu would back off. So, she was looking forward to Tang Dang's performance. Tang Jing had undoubtedly become the focus of attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Boss Fan stared at Tang Jing. His aura involuntarily weakened. He roared, "Tang Jing, then I will fulfill your wish." As he said this, he pulled the trigger. Lin Hu also wanted to pull out his gun, but someone was faster than him. A figure flashed like a bolt of lightning across the night sky. Tang Jing had already leapt out, his 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, as if wanting to cut through the air. Caught off guard, he had already arrived in front of Big Head Fan. Outer Heaven Flying Immortal. Tang Jing's first move was Outer Heaven Flying Immortal. He was like an immortal that flew from the heavens. With a light finger, it was like a divine sword that fell from the heavens. Poochie! His fingertip cut across Boss Fan's wrist. Blood splashed out. His finger that was about to pull the trigger stopped. Pa! His finger uncontrollably loosened and the pistol fell to the ground. He was dumbstruck as if he had seen a ghost. How did this brat become so fast? He is much stronger than when he was fighting. In just a few days, how did he improve so much? Boss Fan's heart flashed with countless questions. He did not know that Tang Jing was no longer the same as before. He had already broken through to the 3rd grade refining chi. A 3rd grade refining chi against a 3rd grade refining body was a complete crushing victory. The two could not be compared at all. The moment Qin Lao saw Tang Jing move, his expression involuntarily changed. He was incomparably dignified and shocked. Song Yu's pupils also shrunk. He was in disbelief as he turned his head to look at Qin Lao. This time, Qin Lao, who had never misjudged someone, was truly mistaken. Immediately, his feelings towards Tang Jing became even more complicated. He always thought that Tang Jing was not simple, but he never thought that he would be so complicated. It completely exceeded his expectations. Only Yi Dingdang was cheering as if she had won. In fact, her feelings were also very complicated. She clearly found that Tang Jing was much stronger than before. Just based on that lightning-fast move, she did not have the confidence to use it. Did he surpass me? This question surfaced in her heart, but was immediately drowned out by joy. This was because she saw Qin Lao and Song Yu's reactions. Since they were so dumbfounded, it meant that Tang Dang's actions were extremely successful. I want you to know his strength. My fiancé is not someone to be trifled with. This time, Song Yu should retreat. She thought complacently, as if Tang Jing had really become her fiancé. What are you doing? Boss Fan finally knew fear. With a gun in hand, he was very confident. But now, he found that the gun was not omnipotent. I will leave you with a deep lesson. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Jing raised his hand and brought it down. Another poochie sound rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Boss Fan's hand that was holding the gun was completely limp. The meridians around his wrist were damaged. From now on, his martial arts would be greatly reduced. This time, Tang Jing was not lenient. Ever since he suffered from Qiao Fei's revenge, he understood the principle of preemptive strike. Although he could not openly kill Boss Fan, he could at least heavily injure him. This kind of permanent damage to a martial artist was absolutely devastating. Tang Dang's actions were clean and efficient, causing the others to involuntarily tremble. Especially the group of little brothers who were silent out of fear. They no longer dared to treat Tang Jing as a student. Lin Hu witnessed Tang Jing's rapid growth and could not help but inwardly sigh. It was fortunate that he was wise enough to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Otherwise, the one suffering now would be him. Boss Fan loudly screamed. The veins on his forehead were exposed, but he did not dare to look at Tang Jing. He finally understood that he was not Tang Jing's opponent. He was both angry and afraid. Scram! If you dare to let me see you doing bad things in the future, then it won't be so simple, Tang Jing said. Boss Fan felt as if he had been pardoned. He clenched his teeth and did not bother to pick up the pistol. He rushed out of the restaurant. The other little brothers also swarmed after him. Lin Hu picked up the pistol and handed it over to Tang Jing. Tang Jing shook his head. He was a student, so he could not accept this kind of thing. Moreover, this was a hot potato. If he held it in his hands, it would only cause trouble. Lin Hu understood tacitly and laughed. He directly put it away and said, "Today Boss Fan has completely fallen. He will certainly be ridiculed by the people of the underworld. This is what he brought upon himself," Tang Jing said without batting an eyelid. "Why, Tang Jing, you really are too awesome." Yi Dingdang was like a butterfly as she hugged onto Tang Dang's arm. Her breasts that were like budding flowers pressed tightly onto his body, causing his heart to be like a monkey and galloping like a horse. Yi Dingdang did not seem to notice. Just now, for a moment, she really did have the illusion that he was an unparalleled hero. Yi Dingdang had a serious hero complex. So when she saw Tang Jing drive away Boss Fan, her good impression of him increased by a lot. At the same time, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. Her eyes moved between Tang Jing and Lin Hu. She had already guessed that Lin Hu was a person of the underworld, and that Tang Jing had a close relationship with him. She thought that she had discovered Tang Jing's secret, so she was especially happy. "Little brother, is this your friend?" Lin Hu asked with a smile. "Yes." Tang Jing was just about to say that they were classmates, but Yi Dingdang beat him to it and said, "I am his fiancé." She said this and glared at Tang Jing as if to say, "Look, you almost exposed me." Tang Jing reluctantly squeezed out a smile and did not refute. Lin Hu looked at Tang Jing in astonishment. He actually had a fiancé. Then he looked at Yi Dingdang and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Martial artist. This little girl was actually also a martial artist, and her strength was even higher than his. Lin Hu was a bit dizzy. How did so many martial artists suddenly appear? No one paid attention to Lin Hu's shock. Song Yu directly walked over and stared at Tang Jing. Her blazing eyes seemed to want to melt him. "Brother Tang, you have good skills," Song Yu praised. Tang Jing faintly smiled and said, "I've embarrassed myself." Song Yu shook her head and sighed. "I didn't expect you to be the one hiding your strength." Chapter 77. His gaze was like a knife, and the atmosphere changed in an instant. A suffocating aura filled the air, and Tang Jing felt as if there was a huge boulder pressing down on him. His breathing was rapid, but he did not give in. He looked at Qin Lao with indignation. From the beginning to the end, he was not willing to have too much contact with the other party, because Qin Lao's cultivation was too high. His fiery eyes could see through many things that others could not see. "What do you mean?" Tang Jing clenched his teeth and asked. "Humph, you still dare to quibble. What sword technique did you use just now?" Qin Lao asked sternly. Just now, even though Tang Jing had only used one move, Heaven Flying Immortal, Old Man Qin's eyes were like torches and he immediately realized that this sword technique was different from the rest. "Although I only saw one move, that sword technique made my heart tremble. This feeling was exactly the same as when I saw Sword God Yi Yuan's sword technique. Could it be that he came from the Sword God's sect?" Qin Lao was shocked. It was said that the Sword God had only accepted 3 disciples so far. However, outsiders had no idea who these 3 people were. "No, although this feeling is the same, the sword technique is completely different. Tang Jing is definitely not using the Sword God's Haoren sword, but Tang Ding's sword technique is not inferior to the Haoren sword. This square root, Qin Lao found it hard to imagine that there was such a mystical sword technique in this world. This sword technique was definitely tempered by countless generations of people, so there must be someone who taught Tang Jing this sword technique. That person must be a super expert that was not inferior to the Sword God." Qin Lao's heart beat faster. The number of top experts in this world could be counted on one hand, but this person was unknown. He was really puzzled. It was definitely not a coincidence that this kind of super expert's descendant appeared in this world, and it was also related to Song Yu. As a consecrator of the Song family, Qin Lao had no choice but to consider the stakes. The others didn't know that so many thoughts were running through Qin Lao's mind. They thought that his reaction was too intense. However, Tang Jing felt a chill in his heart. This Qin Lao really had a pair of discerning eyes. He actually saw through the extraordinariness of the flying immortals from beyond the heavens. However, how could Tang Jing tell him the truth? He directly refused. "It's not convenient to tell you." Qin Lao's eyes turned cold. Tang Jing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body turned cold. He quickly circulated his true qi to offset this cold. "What are you doing?" he asked angrily. "Tang Jing, where did you learn from? You'd better tell me the truth," Qin Lao asked relentlessly. "That's my own business. There's no need to tell you." "You." Qin Lao was about to speak again when Yi Dingding blocked Tang Jing's path and said unhappily, "Qin Lao, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to use your seniority to bully others?" Yi Dingding had been dissatisfied with them for a long time, so she took this opportunity to vent her anger. She wasn't afraid of the other party. Qin Lao was unmoved. He continued to stare at Tang Jing as if he wouldn't give up until he told the truth. Yi Dingding saw this and said unhappily, "Song Yu, what's the matter with him? Tang Jing is my fiancé, not a criminal. You don't have the right to interrogate him like a criminal." Song Yu was also slightly surprised by Qin Lao's extreme reaction. It was very rare to see him treat a person with such enthusiasm. "Qin Lao, since he doesn't want to say more, then we won't force him," Song Yu advised. Qin Lao hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding his head. Tang Jing let out a sigh of relief. This Qin Lao was too shrewd. Fortunately, Yi Dingding helped him out. Yi Dingding unhappily glared at Qin Lao and said, "Tang Jing, let's go." She pulled Tang Jing out of the restaurant. Lin Hu thoughtfully looked at Qin Lao and Song Yu before following them out. The other lackeys also left one after another. Song Yu also wanted to chase after them but was stopped by Qin Lao. "Young master, I have something to say to you." "Qin Lao, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely?" Song Yu stopped and asked curiously. Qin Lao furrowed his brows and said, "This Tang Jing is too strange. Young master should avoid contact with him." Song Yu's face instantly became serious. He was very clear about the meaning of this sentence. He asked in astonishment, "Qin Lao, why do you say this? Is it really that serious?" Qin Lao nodded his head heavily and resolutely said, "Young master, we will immediately leave ordinary balance." Song Yu could no longer maintain his calm. Qin Lao actually said such words. This meant that there would be a situation that even he could not control. Song Yu was very clear about what this meant. "Is it related to Tang Jing?" "Yes, I am worried that he is coming for you. I am responsible for young master's safety. I will definitely not let young master be in danger," Qin Lao cautiously said. Qin Lao, calm down. "My mission in ordinary balance is not yet complete. How can I give up halfway?" "Young master, is your life more important than the mission?" Qin Lao coldly asked. Song Yu's pupils shrank. He was speechless. After a while, he unwillingly nodded his head. "Fine, then I will listen to you. We must thoroughly investigate Tang Jing," Qin Lao said in a deep voice. Song Yu was speechless. Tang Jing did not expect that his move would actually scare Song Yu away. At this moment, he bid farewell to Lin Hu and was then stared straight at by Yi Dingdang. "Is there a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Dingdang's face was filled with a little pride. He clicked his tongue and said, "Tang Jing, you really hide deeply. Speak, how many more secrets are you hiding?" Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "What secrets do I have? This time I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still dare to deny it? How do you know Lin Hu and Boss Fan? They are people of the underworld. As a student, you shouldn't have any interactions with them, right?" Yi Dingdang impatiently asked. "I met them by chance. What's wrong with that? Who are you trying to lie to? This is my business. I don't want to talk about it." "You..." No, this time don't think you can get away with it. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again. Yi Dingdang did not give up and said, It's good that you don't talk to me. Tang Jing would not obediently give in. You. Yi Dingdang was speechless. She simply could not do anything to Tang Jing. Suddenly, she thought of a plan and said, If you don't say it, then I will tell Feng Xingyang that I like you. Then what do you think she will do? Tang Jing's head tightened as he said, Do you have to be so cruel? Hun, this is what you forced me to do. Yi Dingdang was immensely proud of herself. Tang Jing's face was bitter. Feng Xingyang always wanted to matchmake him and Yi Dingdang. If she was sure that Yi Dingdang really liked him, then who knows what methods she would use to make him her son-in-law. Tang Jing felt terrified just thinking about it. Fine, you win. Tang Jing was helpless. This is what you forced me to do. Yi Dingdang was incomparably happy. Then quickly tell me, how do you know people from the underworld? Tang Jing then told her about himself, Lin Hu, and Boss Fan. When Yi Dingdang heard that he actually went to the underworld, her jaw almost dropped. No wonder you would provoke Huang Xiang. You actually went to the underworld. Yi Dingdang said in disbelief. You really have a lot of guts. Tang Jing said that he had no other choice but to do so. However, he did not mention that he did it to save his grandfather. I've said all that I need to say. I'll go back first. Tang Jing said his goodbyes. Just as his voice fell, Yi Dingdang's cell phone rang. Feng Xingyang, why are you calling me? Yi Dingdang picked up the phone and asked. Suddenly, her eyebrows rose as she said, What, is this true? She was dumbstruck as she hung up the phone. She was still in shock. Hey, are you possessed? What happened? Tang Jing curiously asked. Yi Dingdang looked at him with mixed feelings. After a while, she said, Song Yu has returned to Beijing. He's so fast? That's good. Now that he's gone back, I'll be free. Tang Jing was overjoyed. Hey, aren't you curious why he left in such a hurry? Previously, Song Yu still had an attitude of not giving up. So quickly there was an earth-shattering change. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy going on. Tang Jing's head moved. He was also slightly astonished. However, he did not want to delve into it. As long as there was nothing to do with him in the future, everything would be fine. You slowly think about it. I don't care. I'll go back first. Tang Jing waved his hand. He was about to leave when Yi Dingdang pulled him back. You're not allowed to leave. My dad invited you to his house. It's already dark. Another day. No, my dad said that he must invite you back. If you don't go, I won't be able to report back. Yi Dingdang said as she immediately stopped a taxi and pulled him in. Half an hour later, the two were sitting in the Ye family's living room. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xingyang sat in front of the two. Yi Tianlei's face was especially serious as he asked, What happened tonight? It seems like Song Yu was quite afraid and left ordinary balance without stopping? When the husband and wife found out about this news, they could not hide their surprise and doubt. Nothing big happened in Beijing, so something big must have happened in ordinary balance. Otherwise, with Song Yu's personality, he would not do such an abnormal thing. Yi Dingdang was unable to contain her joy as she said, Wah, it's best that they left. Now I can have some peace. As for what happened today, it was very interesting. Yi Dingdang was beaming with joy as she chattered on about what happened today. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xingyang looked at each other at the same time. You're saying that it's possible that they left because they saw Tang Jing make a move? Yi Tianlei asked in a deep voice. No matter how he heard it, he felt that this conclusion was too inconceivable. Yi Dingdang hurriedly nodded and said, Definitely. You don't know what expression Qin Lao had at that time. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Dingdang, don't speak nonsense. Qin Lao is a 5th grade natal stage cultivator. How could he be scared away by me? Tang Jing also felt that this was inconceivable. 5th grade natal stage? How did you see through his cultivation? Feng Xingyang was shocked and impatiently asked. His Tang Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. In a moment of desperation, he actually said Qin Lao's cultivation. How could Yi Tianlei and his wife not be shocked? Chapter 78. Seeing the Ye family staring at him as if he was a monster, he quickly came up with an idea and said, "My master taught me a trick that allows me to see through other people's cultivation. You're only a third-grade refining body, but you can even see through a fifth-grade natal stage cultivator. You..." Yi Tianlei could no longer find the right words to describe it as he struggled for a long time before sighing. "You're really too powerful. It's my master that's powerful." Tang Jing continued to push everything onto his groundless master. Yi Dingdang curled her lips and muttered, "It's abnormal." Yi Tianlei ignored Yi Dingdang and continued to say, "Just now Dingdang said you used a set of sword techniques. What kind of sword technique was it?" "Heaven flying immortal," Tang Jing truthfully said. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xingyang looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It was clear that the two of them had never heard of this set of sword techniques. "This set of sword techniques of yours must be very powerful, otherwise Qin Lao would not have such a reaction. But why did they leave in such a hurry?" Yi Tianlei was puzzled. "Who cares? It's best that they left. Now I can have some peace," Yi Dingdang casually said. Yi Tianlei said in a deep voice, "How could it be that simple? But this matter is too strange. We can only wait and see." They would never have thought that those two people were scared away by Yi Dingdang's set of sword techniques. Qin Lao was even more worried about the person who taught Tang Jing the set of sword techniques. Feng Xingyang changed the topic and said, "Little handsome brother, you went to fight in the underground boxing ring to raise money for your grandfather's medical fees, right? Why go through so much trouble? I already said that no matter how much money you need, our family will support you." Tang Jing smiled and said, "Thank you for your good intentions. The matter has already been resolved. How is your grandfather's body?" Feng Xingyang secretly shook her head. This little handsome brother was good at everything, but sometimes he was too stubborn. But because of this stubbornness, she felt that he was as different as heaven and earth compared to normal people. This made her even more satisfied. "My grandfather's illness has already been cured." "Cured?" Feng Xingyang and Yi Tianlei were shocked. The doctor had already sentenced him to death. How could he be cured in just a few days? "Is he really cured?" Yi Tianlei asked. "Yes." "Then congratulations," Yi Tianlei said. "I wonder how the old man got better. He looked so serious back then." Tang Jing hesitated for a moment and said, "I cured." "You cured him?" The three members of the Ye family couldn't help but cry out in surprise, especially Yi Dingdang, who stared at him in disbelief. "Tang Jing, you can't brag. When did you know how to treat illnesses?" Yi Tianlei, on the other hand, did not have any suspicions as he thought back to the time when Tang Jing helped him unblock his meridians. Other doctors were helpless, but in front of Tang Jing, it was simply a piece of cake. At that time, he already guessed that Tang Jing had medical skills. Now that it was confirmed, he wasn't too surprised. He only sighed in his heart. Tang Jing gave them too many surprises. Feng Xingyang's beautiful eyes turned and said, "Little handsome brother, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. It really is amazing. And Feng is too kind." Tang Jing modestly said, "This was all thanks to the life-continuing pill. This was already beyond the scope of ordinary medical skills." Yi Tianlei's heart suddenly moved. He couldn't help but think of his family's old man. The old man didn't have much time left. Since Tang Jing could cure Tang Dehai, then could he also cure the old man? He was shocked by his own guess, but he also faintly looked forward to it. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw. "Tang Jing, since your medical skills are so good, I have a presumptuous request," Yi Tianlei excitedly said. Feng Xingyang looked at him and immediately understood his thoughts. She immediately thought of a possibility. If the old man could get better, then there would be no need for him to marry into the Song family. Dingdong's crisis would be easily solved. Although they had Tang Jing pretend to be Yi Dingdong's fiancé, a smart person could see that this was just a show. Song Yu was a smart person, so he had already seen through it. He just didn't say it out loud. Although the old man didn't say anything, he definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Once he decided on something, it would be hard to change it unless there was a major change. This change was to let him recover. Although Yi Tianlei had already left Beijing, the blood that flowed in his body was still the blood of the Ye family. Feng Xinyan was very clear about her husband's personality. Although she had said in a fit of pique that she might as well stay in ordinary balance and not return to Beijing, and Yi Tianlei didn't express any objections, Feng Xinyan was very clear about what he was thinking in his heart. In the end, he wanted to return to the Ye family and didn't want his relationship with the old man to be too stiff. If the old man's illness could be cured and Yi Tianlei became a Xiantian martial artist, then everything would be fine. Uncle Yi, I was just lucky. Actually, I don't know much about medicine. Tang Jing had already guessed the other party's intentions. Yi Tianlei shook his head and said, "No matter, listen to me first. My family has a patient who had an accident while practicing martial arts. He doesn't have much time left. Do you have a way to cure him?" I haven't seen the patient's situation, so I can't make a judgment. Tang Jing said awkwardly. That's right. I will think of a way to arrange for you two to meet. Yi Tianlei said, full of expectation. Tang Jing was helpless. How could he have any medical skills? It seemed like he was going to be exposed. He quickly said, Uncle Yi, I'll tell you the truth. I really don't know much about medicine. I'm afraid I will disappoint Uncle Yi. No problem. Just do your best. Seeing Tang Jing being so modest, Yi Tianlei was filled with even more expectation. The more modest a person was, the more ability they had. He didn't know that Tang Jing wasn't being modest and was just speaking the truth. All right then. Since it had come to this point, Tang Jing could only agree and bid farewell before leaving. Tianlei, are you really going to let Tang Jing try? Feng Xinyan asked seriously. Yes. Maybe this is a hope. The silent Yi Dingding finally couldn't help but say, Dad, how can Tang Jing's medical skills be good? Medical skills need to be accumulated over time. How old is he? I've never heard of him having any medical skills before. Sometimes there are miracles in this world. Moreover, did you know that his martial arts were so good? Yi Tianlei asked back. Yi Dingding opened her mouth but couldn't say anything to refute. Don't tell me you want to invite Tang Jing to Beijing? Feng Xinyan asked. How can we do that? Right now he is at the crucial point of the exam. We can't lower our guard. Moreover, we are the ones asking for help. I will think of a way to invite the old man to ordinary balance. Feng Xinyan curled her lips and said, Can you invite him? Yi Tianlei forced a smile. To be honest, he didn't have 100% confidence. The old man's thoughts were hard to guess. Yi Tianlei's phone rang. He immediately made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, The old man is calling. Hello, Dad? What are you looking for me for? Yi Tianlei respectfully asked. Tianlei, what are you doing? I heard that something went wrong with the marriage I arranged for Ding Dang? A dignified voice came from the phone. Just listening to this voice gave people a sense of oppression. Dad, there is indeed something wrong with this matter. I think you're deliberately messing around. When did Ding Dang have a fiancé? How come I didn't know? The old man's tone carried a bit of anger. Feng Xinyan moved her mouth and was about to refute when she saw her husband continuously giving her a look. Only then did she swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Dad, I didn't have time to tell you about this matter. What are you talking about? This is clearly because you didn't agree to the marriage I arranged. That's why you created this mess. Don't think that I'm old and muddle-headed. I don't know anything and you're trying to fool me. Old man, the engagement is real. The more Feng Xinyan listened, the angrier she became. Finally, she opened her mouth. What is real? What I don't know is fake. Ding Dang is a member of the Ye family. Without the consent of the head of the Ye family, nothing can count. The old man said angrily. Seeing that Feng Xinyan insisted that the marriage was real, Yi Tianlei was helpless. He could only agree with the husband and wife and said, "Dad, don't be angry. This matter is indeed our fault. We didn't inform you in advance. But what is done is done. There is no way to change it." "Tianlei, you want to fool me?" "No, Dad, I happen to have something to ask you. Can you come to ordinary balance?" Yi Tianlei quickly changed the topic. "Why do you want me to go to ordinary balance?" "There are a lot of things in Beijing. I have to arrange them before I leave this world. How can I have the leisure to go to ordinary balance?" "Dad, this is very important," Yi Tianlei advised. "I met a genius doctor. He may have a way to cure your body." "Haha, genius doctor, what a joke. I have seen too many genius doctors in this world. No one has a way to cure my body. You have been deceived, and you still don't know. Humph, I see that you haven't made much progress in these years," the old man said with a bit of banter. Yi Tianlei was like an ancient well without ripples, but Feng Xingyang couldn't bear it anymore. How could she bear to talk about her husband like this? But Yi Tianlei's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He immediately grabbed her hand and finally stopped her from flipping out. "Dad, this genius doctor may have a way." Yi Tianlei didn't give up and advised. "There's no need to say any more. Let me tell you, Tianlei, Dingdong's marriage cannot be changed. As for the matter of that fiancé you guys created, I'll give you 3 days to settle it." The old Gramps gave the final ultimatum before hanging up the phone. How can he do this? Yi Dingdang finally exploded. Her eyes were red and full of grievances and indignation. "Marriage is related to my life's happiness. It can't be decided by his words. Dingdang, there are many things that are not up to the family." Yi Tianlei sighed. "Not up to the family? I, Feng Xingyang, will never do things that I don't want to do. My daughter also won't. The old man wants to break off this marriage. No way. Even if it's fake, I will do it for real. Dingdang, work harder and win over this little handsome guy. If you really can't, then we will really cook the rice," Feng Xingyang said resolutely. Yi Dingdong's eyes kept changing. It seems that although she and Tang Jing stayed in the same room last time, the experienced Feng Xingyang still guessed that nothing happened between the two. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.